Hello, hello. I think we just missed it by about a minute. Missed being on time on this Friday. How are you, folks? Give me 1 second. I have not got the chat up yet. And remember, I do not refer to the collective. I mean the individual brains and big minds who visit and frequent the stream as chat. I'm literally referring to the actual thing that we do this things with. Okay, so let me just make sure. Hang on a second. There we go. Desktop and there. Okay, I think we're all right. So we should have me and we should have the game, and make this a little bit bigger so I don't need all of that room anymore. Doopy doopy doo. Okay, that looks good. That might be a little loud. I'll pump it down just a little bit just in case. Actually, I think that's fine. Okay, and then this is cranked. Okay. Sorry, folks. Sorry. It's I just woke up about 5 minutes ago. I set my alarm, and everything went according to plan. Other than I just didn't give myself enough time when I set my alarm. So that is our quandary now. That might be a little loud. I'll pump it down. Zeno, hello. Okay, hang on a second, Zeno. Adventure. You are adventure. Adventure beckons, as so does Zeno. Hello, Zeno. Io, hello. Hey, wait a minute. Did you do that before I did it? Or are you doing that to mock me? I know you're not actually mocking me, but was it mimicry or did you, because that's not usually, you're not like hello. Okay, I do say it 3 times. It has been one of those weeks, folks. One of those weeks. It makes it much worse when you think you're done with everything and you find out you've got some of the worst stuff. Drolax. I think we just added you recently. So let's start with Drolax. Here we go. Denise, hello. Yes. Yeah, my memory does work for some stuff. I think it is getting better. But okay, let me turn that. You guys, let me know. Always let me know if the mix is bad. I know some of you don't even listen to Tesla when you're playing it, so you may not be. So I like to have a little bit of accompaniment. It's not necessary now because I'm not fighting a ridiculous echo. I do have everything is finally set up in here, and so it is about as soundproof as it's going to get for the moment. I probably should put a few more things on the wall, but for right now, this is where we're at. So, but I think it's good overall. Yeah. Today, online everywhere. Let's see. Avenger, I think you're saying that there's plenty of folks online. We have 17 of our friends here, which is a goodly number. It's a healthy number, but compared to the 120 some friends we have, it's a small amount. But 17 is about the average of what we see on a Friday. So yes, it is. I think it's a relatively well-populated game right now. Baldric, hail! Hello, Denise. Oh, yep. I'll have to make myself some more coffee and some juice. I don't know. So when I hear those things, as an American, I think breakfast. That's typically like a breakfast thing. So either it's dinner for breakfast, or it's the way different things. I mean, to be fair though, I know for a fact in Korea, because I watch K-dramas, their idea of breakfast has nothing to do with what mine does. And in fact, as we covered this extensively, a lot of breakfast foods that I consider to be breakfast foods, either the name is the same but the content is different, or it is the same and yet it is perceived of as different, as like a dessert or something. But anyway, Baldric, hope your coffee and your juice making goes well and we can see you again shortly. Io says, no, just a random greeting. Hope everyone's well. Random? There's nothing random about anything. Each word was specifically chosen and crafted. I know you, Io. Try to make it seem all innocuous and whatnot. You're doing it for a reason. I don't know if it's... I don't know what that reason is, but I know there is one. Honey Badger, hey, there he is. Well, look who decided to stop helping out orphanages in third world states and get here where things actually matter and things actually are important. Welcome. Welcome back, Honey Badger. You did miss the most epic of days this last Friday. Probably if there was the best live stream, if I had to say what the best live stream was, it was probably last week. It'll never be replicated, never be done again, unfortunately. I mean, it might be. More than likely, it's going to happen to be another one that you miss. It's just going to be the way that works out. I don't know why or what the physics of it is, but that's usually what happens. The one that you're not there for is the most epic one. Denise says, I love the music and in-game voices. I do too as well. Yeah, that's part of what, what has drawn me to it and what brings me back at different times. I will say, like, it is some of these voices I hear, I'm like, if they're not modulated at all, if there is no tinkering going on, there are some very talented / interesting sounding folks out there. Like some of them you hear and you're like you're trying to think about it, you're like, okay, I could maybe picture like think about somebody in your cubicle like next to you at work sounding like any of this, and you're like, some of it, okay, that definitely, I have coworkers that sound like that. I had coworkers that sounded like that every single day. They come into work, especially if you got them before they had their coffee or juice. Hey, can you help me with the TPS reports? I got it all the time. Shrieking Harpy. Maybe my ex. Hey-o. If I had an ex, that would have actually been, well, not funny, but at least relevant. Alright, so Drolax doing what he needs to do to stay alive here. He does have a Night to Remember. Another one to do another Shackle if he wants to lock down that lane entirely, but you might want to get that body down. The Vicious D. Or Dreg, which I only remember, it rhymes with Greg. So Vicious, I'm just going to call him Greg for now on. Vicious D is now Greg. Because I think saying Dreg just sounds weird. But Greg, for some reason, sounds amazing. So hello, Greg! And your friend Greg. Two Gregs here. Yes, indeed, Honey Badger made it this week. Vicious D on the board, making cute noises as kill support. Again, the cute noises. The cute noises. Well, I agree about the noises. We do agree that Greg makes noises. I just don't know about the cute noises. I mean, you like cats and these, right? I mean, like purring, that's cute, right? Or when they mew, like, whatever, like little baby kittens, that's cute. How can that same word be true of Greg going, little chitinous mandibles doing his things or whatever? And Marak, hate him when he's on the other side of the board, cheering for him as a member of our friends. But this is, oh no! Wait, really? Okay. Honestly, a little, well, not even a little, a huge misplay by Irulath. I mean, he ended up winning anyway, but he gets a prophecy. Now, I'm trying to think, yeah, because actually a lightning bolt prophecy, and our friend still survives. So remember, folks, avoid that last rune if you can, and only do things like that if you're really not entirely sold on winning. If you're like, hey, winning would be nice, but I don't need to win, then go ahead and do something like that. But if you actually want to win, you're trying to move up, don't be cheeky. And I'm not saying that because of like a BM thing. Like, I mean, it was a different way to get lethal, but it was just a far more dangerous. He risked far greater peril instead of just hitting with his gal and then jumping and counter down. Cute Vindictive. Oh, that's right. I forgot that he is Vindictive. 2 weeks ago that Vicious D is canon. Or that the vindictiveness is in fact canon. Honey Badger says, I was worried I wasn't going to make it for a few hours. I'm currently house sitting for a family that my dad is performing the memorial service for the grandpa, and I don't have good service down here. Man, Honey Badger, you are the patron saint of domestic America. Like, these are usually things that people do like in third world countries. You know, these types of sacrifices that are being made, but You make them for the locals who wow. And again, I don't say that there's no mocking in that at all. It's great that you do that. It's crazy. Like, I mean, I've said it before. I mean, when you'd be like, oh man, I just got back from we went and bought a goat. You know, it's just like the most like Amish and kind-hearted things that I hear anybody doing for their family or for other people. That's what Honey Badger does. Like if he's not here for some reason, it's because he's doing something that most of us would chalk up to charity, but for him it's just a Friday. And he has to go to work after that. Yeah, Baldrick, exactly. That's what when I think of Vicious D, that's what I think of Tenacious D. So I actually get that reference. I know it's a band. And I've heard, my friend had their CD. So I heard Wonder Boy, which I thought was pretty funny. And then I liked, the one that really got me was Tribute. I love the song Tribute, not this of the album. So I can't say that I have an extensive catalog, but I always thought Tribute was pretty darn funny. And it sounded good. Like, that was the thing. I like songs that are funny, but that take themselves seriously, which means there's actually some effort put in there and they're not just done to be kind of goofy. It's goofy because, not because it sounds goofy, but because the lyrics and everything are goofy. And calling Vicious D, that's better than Greg. Yeah, you're probably right. It's probably better. I don't know though. Greg is not without his merits. But yeah, we'll stick with Vicious D. Let's see. Io says something hilarious. He says chitin is chitin. Now wait a minute. No. Honey Badger is the one who thinks that syrup is syrup. So we have peculiar folks now. I gotta say. So we got it. I think it's it must be like a northwestern thing. I mean, we all know that chitin is pronounced differently in different places. So here in the South, it's chitin. We have chitin and stuff, and you got to be chittin' me. We say that all the time. Up north, though, apparently it's chitin, like Titan with a K. But Titan is spelled Titan, and chitin is definitely not spelled that way. But that's all right. I was in fact chitting with me. And let's see. Baldrick says, I think we have small house creatures in our mythology that share good-natured work with Honey Badger. Well, yeah. So, aren't there? Let's see. Small house. Well, you say creatures. So, I think there is they're little gnomes, right? I mean, there's little like guys like that, that make shoes or something. Well, that's the cobbler and the elf or something. And then you got the Keebler elf. So I'm getting all of this stuff. But yes, mythological creatures that do good deeds at night and don't necessarily get recognized for it. Although I kind of screwed with that by recognizing. Oh, so close, Broda, so close. Well, is he gonna have to play defensively? No, he's not. I mean, you could argue he should because he doesn't have any reach right now. 9, 12. He's dead on board. No, he's not. He's got the guard there. Oh, no, now he's dead on board, I think. Nice try. Hello, Antoine. Yes, hello. Ametista Dorata in the house. Wow. All right, so Broda not having a fabulous time starting off, but Ferdinand Payne 2 is going to move up from rank number 120 to something less than 120. At least that's usually how these things work. All right. Yeah, see, now here's the crappy thing, and this is first world problems. I this is not a brag, but so I have it set up where I've got my fridge set up like right here, my little mini fridge. It's red, it's cute. It's cute. It's cute. It's wonderful. It's also loud. When the motor kicks on, it's very loud. So I'm contemplating putting it in the other room, or maybe in the hallway. But I guess I could switch that with a hat rack. Hat rack is a lot less noisy. If there's an outlet out there, I might just do that. I like the convenience of it. I like the fact that it's there. But when that motor kicks on, it's so gosh darn loud. I'm sorry, kids. You're just too gosh darn loud. Anybody know what that's from, Baldric? Anybody? The guy's got a megaphone. He's like, okay, that's enough. Sorry, fellas. I'm afraid you're just too darn loud. If anybody gets that reference, I will say the Yelled Guardians and Poopstone are the coolest thing I've seen today, this week.
Watch yourself now.
Baldric says there are little doors that keep the houses safe, but you have to be nice to them. Well, that's not too much to ask, is it? So here's the question then, Baldric. But by that logic, ipso facto, etc., and so forth, if your house is not protected, does that mean you were mean to a gnome, with or without knowing it? So is that a wow? Wow. And okay, so this is the second bit of now that doesn't. Yeah, I feel you, man. There's no need for that. You freaking rolled charge on a Night Talon Lord. It's always the case, folks. Always the people that have the least reason to brag are usually the braggiest. They're like the people who have the least reason to BM, the least reason to be proud of the game they just played, are usually the ones who are the most dickish about it. It's very bizarre, but it also just goes to show that humility is in fact a virtue. It's in short supply, but we got plenty of folks who, again, that's the exact opposite. They played a great game, they made some great plays, they just finished the game like a champ, and then you get people who are like, you really, really don't have a leg to stand on here. Hey, Io, I think you mean your whole arse. Let's stay on character here. But I do. It's like, because Io has like so many great things, does so many great things, very a smart guy and everything. But like, if I had a pull string Io right now, the only thing I would know him to say is arse. Like that's like the top of my mind for quotable IO right now. Mostly because, again, his what he says is diverse enough that I can't just lock it down to a single push. That's the way a lot of folks are. Like you guys, I mean, obviously there'd be some of you who say, "Oh, pineapple and pizza is the worst thing ever," and you'd be right. But then some of you would say other things, and whatever. And I'm not going to call anybody out. We're not about doing that here. We're about peace and mending fences and all that, keeping the gnomes happy or the dwarves happy. But yeah, that's the funny thing, folks. When I'll hear people say, like, you say, oh hey, this is going on in my life, or for a group of people, let's say a group of people seem to be suffering a hardship, and somebody just kind of snippantly, because they're not a part of the group, they say, well, that's just karma, and you say, well then. What must have you done in your past life, or what must have you done in your past or your people's past to have gone through what you have? Because if karma is a bitch, it's going to be a bitch to everybody. And so if karma is always a dick, that was the thing like that kind of screwed me, like when, or the thing that kind of irked me when I would hear, like when I think like New Orleans got hit with like Katrina, and there were some religious folks out there saying, oh, that's God's judgment. And I'm like, Florida got hit, I think the same week or the week before. It's just, it cuts two ways when you talk about, karma, whether it's karma or God, however if you want to talk about divine judgment or universal judgment or something like that, it's always a tricky thing. It's one of those things where they say, anytime you point, remember, you're pointing a finger at somebody, three more are pointing back at you. It's the reason why we're supposed to remove the plank before we accuse other people, because it begs the question. So yeah, I always think that's kind of funny. So it's the same thing kind of with the gnome. It's like, okay, the dwarf thing, is it like, well, did my house not get protected because I pissed the doors off, or were they just not doing their job? It's possible dwarves are not the best home defense. I mean, unless you're doing like a Home Alone thing, like a Macaulay Culkin, when they're going around and like, they're doing the whole thing. Who knows how effective they actually are? That still gets me. Because I can just hear. It's funny, though, because I don't think I've ever heard Io get mad. I know he can, because you mentioned he does. But I just, like, he's sitting there. They can just eat my whole arse. Anyway, I think I'm not amused by my friend's suffering, but I am amused. Oops. By the. All right. Rick Descartes. Let's see. Greg makes me think of Greg's Bakeries in the UK. Okay. So I am not familiar with those. Are they? Well, I mean, they're bakeries. They sound like bakeries. And are we thinking of bakeries in the American sense, like where they bake bread and muffins and maybe some pastries? Or is it a different type of thing? Are these a chain? Are these like your grocery stores or your supermarkets? Like Greg's are around. Are they ubiquitous? They're around everywhere? Or is it just like there is a Greg's and it's just very well known and people go to Greg's? Like, is it Harrods or Harrah's or whatever? Well, no, is that in Vegas? There's some place in the UK where it's like a shopping destination. But there's only one of them, and it's like, oh, that's where you go to buy things that you would have to mortgage your house for. Baldrick, yes, gnomes and similar. Okay, gnomes are cool just because we decided they get the silent G in front of their name. Like anything like knives. Knives must have been very deadly at some. Well, they're still deadly, but there must have been something special about knives because it's like, you know what, knives, Knives, that just doesn't do them justice. They need to have another letter in there somewhere, just to let you know, like knights, Nights. Knights were fine, and then I was like, oh wait, no, knights are doing cool things. We need to give them a silent K. In fact, little y'all know, there's a whole country I think that has that deals with silent letters. Well, even I think Skyrim, like some of the letters, there's really no way to pronounce it. It's there, but it's like you like Mjolnir or whatever. I'm pretty sure you don't pronounce all the letters in as it's written out when you say Mjolnir. If I'm saying it correctly. There's like 3 letters in there that are definitely there, but we don't say them. And if you try to, your tongue is going to backfire and smack you in the back of the head. Short moves to Texas in only a few months. It's already we down here in the South. Well, only a few months. Well, yeah. Shane. Well, you're not wrong. But as a Southerner now, I can declare all sorts of things about the South, and we'll see if any of them pan out. Although technically, in America, Virginia is considered Southern. I don't know if it's because it fought on the side of the South, or if it's because we don't. I mean, I say y'all, but I don't think that's like the definition of. I don't think I learned that in school. It's not like. So I mean, there are places you can go places in Virginia, West Virginia and Southern Virginia, where you get that gosh darn that good old home cooked whatever stuff and the sweet tea, but it's not like Georgia, it's not like South Carolina. I don't think I've got a Southern accent, but again, Virginia, if I talk to somebody and said I'm from Virginia, they're like, oh, you're from the South. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's smack dab in the middle. If you look at Maine to Florida and you measure that distance, I think Virginia is pretty much in the middle, maybe just slightly south. But anyway, my point being, I had been considered Southern for most of my life, so but Texas is its own beast, man. It's its own beast. PSA, anybody wanting to move here, don't expect to get your license or your registration or any of that crap done within a year and a half. It is the most convoluted, ridiculous bit of knowledge. I think I mentioned it before. You have to get your car inspected first. You have to provide proof of insurance just to get your car inspected. Then you have to get your car inspected to get your registration. In order to get your registration, you have to not only have it registered, but you have to have. You can't just be anything, a bill with your name or address on it. It has to be a utility or a mortgage or a lease. That's it. Only those 3 things. I asked the lady what happens if I said I've got it from my car insurance. I've got bills and paychecks from other places. Like, what do I need? She said, oh, well, then you need to get an ID, a Texas ID, just so that I can get my registration. Texas ID is not a license. I need a Texas ID to get my registration, and I need my registration in order to get my license. they're all contingent on each other. Virginia had just as much BS, but it was all done in one lump sum, and it didn't build on anything. The people who did your registration couldn't care less if your car passed inspection or not. They're not there for that. They're to register your vehicle. You're saying, hey, I've got a vehicle, I want to register it. If you want to do your driver's license first, just because you need that ID so that you can like get a job or do job hunting or drive your car, whatever, you could do that, and it didn't matter if you registered your car or not, because the two are not connected. It's giving you the allowance to drive a vehicle whether you own it or not. I mean, if your friend wanted to let you drive, now granted you have insurance, whatever, but we started driving. We did driver's ed when I was 15 years old. I didn't have a car. Well, okay. So truth be told, my grandparents passed away. I did get up a bit of a beat up Pontiac Bonneville. I did have that. I actually had a car before I could drive. I was very, very fortunate. But most folks did not have a car before they could drive. Anyway, it's a mess. I don't need to go off that. I'm just venting a little bit because that's been my week. Is just trying to figure out this nonsense of just trying to get this stuff done. I'm like, how are so many people driving so poorly after having gone through so much stuff to get their freaking license here? I don't understand. I just drove 2 hours. Zuki got sick. My rear brakes were gone. So I had to drive her out to about an hour. Because here's another thing in Texas, or at least the Houston area. They do not service motorcycles more than 12 years old. My baby's a 2007. So I couldn't go anywhere local. I had to go find a place that was an hour away just to get my brakes done. It's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, let's stay on topic, whatever that happens to be. Let's see. Antoine says, after the last two events, I cannot suffer any more of that kind of monk support deck. Really, it is in my top 3 most annoying decks ever. To be honest, it's quite toxic as well. All right, Antoine, I do not disagree. Well, I don't know if it makes my top 3, because movement monk and movement archer, I think for me, I'm not saying that they're bad or that they're toxic, but maybe because they're a little more prevalent. But you know what? It's to me, it's any deck that dominates when it gets the right draw, and if it doesn't, it just flat out loses most of the time. And the most obnoxious ones are the ones that have enough synergy, draw power, and reliability, or however it works, where they're able to draw this consistently. Doomcrag is hit or miss because, as I said, Doomcrag is very shy. Drea's Tormentor, also another shy card. You're trying to build a deck around those 3 cards either way. Just whether or not they're going to make an appearance or not is the question. Oh, here we go. Denise, I fought someone running Doomcrag Skeletons earlier. Good to see there are some creative people on that. Okay, so yeah, Doomcrag Skeletons. But again, see, that's not annoying or one, because it's fresh. I don't know about too many Doomcrag Skeletons. I haven't seen a ton of those. Although I think Doomcrag can, at least 1 or 2 copies of it can do well in different lists. I mean, just be able to give it a whole lane drain on a whim. It just changes anything that changes your trade situation on the fly is really cool. So your opponent's like, you got a bunch of 2 and 1s, bodies. I've got this giant guard down. I've got my, my what's her face, my Dark Seducer. Haha, you can't beat me. Throw down that guy, the Doomcrag, and bada bing, you're in. So it's just funny you were mentioning, Denise, you said Doomcrag as I was thinking about it, or just prior to 13 minutes ago. Never mind, you said that way before I got to it. Anyway, but yeah, so it's why I think that's how because I try to figure out why certain decks bother me, and that's usually it. But when I feel like I'm just that unlucky turd muffin who got, the guy who was unlucky enough to be playing my opponent when he's playing this janky deck that was able to draw the crazy. I mean, that's what Ring of Dimira is not really as painful as it can be when you do like the Dramathra OTK or whatever, because it's just so hard to make sure, like you can play 10 games and never draw the darn thing. So you can't really consistently build like an OTK or something around it. Whereas some of these other decks, it's like they always end up with the cards in their hand. Like the Standard Bear. If you don't have the Standard Bear in the Monk or Mage support, they can still win. They don't need it to win, but it's a lot harder. So that's 3 cards in there that really, if they get those, they're in really good shape. If they don't, they're going to be hard put to it. It's not I don't know. Anyway, that's just how I think. I know some of our friends run a version of support Mage or Monk. And I'll tell you what though, I prefer the ones we saw there that are more aggressive, that'll put you out of your misery like sooner than the classic mage, which was the classic support mage, which was I'm just gonna zap all your creatures with my actions and my gold brand that I'm triggering 75 times because I've got that old fart in the Cauldron Keeper, and they're just keeping my supports alive for an ungodly amount of time. And I'll wait for you to die of old age before I finish you off. Those irk me a little bit more. But we're gonna see a soul burst here. We are. Nice, dude. You set that up nicely. Was able to clear it off. So Jervis Music. Jervis Music. Jervis Music. Derp. And that's going to be it. Bam! Well done, Rick Deckard. And I do apologize to the few folks who won before this. I totally forgot to do my congratulatory things, but I will remember it with Rich. We'll kick this off again. GG. Best. It's not a soul gem. What the crap is it called? We just saw it. Soul burst. Haha. Eva. As I said, I mean, I remember you never saw those getting played. Soul burst, and then I got screwed by it one time, and then it seems like ever since then they've been all over the place. No one is safe. And nice, the douche with the ping. I mean, yeah. Obviously a little unnecessary, but I like the archer mechanic. So I can't the ping. The ping is just I find it fun. Like Elena, if you can throw Elena down for a one-shot lethal, that's I was gonna say it's the coolest thing. I need to be careful. We need to choose our words, make sure we're not saying things that are awesome or not just kind of cool things. Anyway, all right. Hey Zeno, did you send me the request today? Oh, that's right. Antoine, yes. Adventure is, I believe, also, if I remember correctly, is also in Italy. From Italia. Sorry, I don't know if I said that right or not, but I'm trying. Oh, I never mind. I was going to say something, but then I couldn't remember half of what I wanted to say, and if I said the other half, it would just sound weird. You actually don't recognize Baldric. Oh, come now. Okay, when I tell you, you're gonna. Unless now, here's the thing. So with Baldric's vast encyclopedia of knowledge and of all things media, I wouldn't be surprised if this would have slipped through the cracks, because even though it is a beloved film, it is definitely a Western film, not a country Western, but anyway, it's a very well-known movie, but one, the reference was very obscure. Like, I don't even know if I would have got it if I hadn't thought of it, whatever. And I only thought of it because I actually was watching it on VHS just to test out the VCR, make sure that survived the trip. But it's Back to the Future. It's when Marty and his band are auditioning for the Battle of the Bands or whatever, and the guy who's actually, fun fact, I believe the director or the producer, can't remember which one, I think it might be the director, is the guy with the glasses, but he kind of looks at the two people and he stands up with this megaphone. He's like, fellas, I'm sorry, you're just too darn loud. And let's be fair, they were playing Huey Lewis and the News' song. Like, when you hear them warming up, they're warming up to the dun 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 Power of Love. So they were rip-off artists anyway. Marty did not. We never hear Marty play an actual original song. The only song we hear, well, no, wait, he was warming up with that one. Yeah, no, and then we started playing. They were playing Huey Lewis and the News, and I don't think they were trying to do a cover. So they were just rip-off artists. Anywho. So you can be forgiven. Like I said, I don't think I would have gotten the reference, even though I've seen that movie many, many times. But there you go. That is it. It's not a well quoted, but that's the thing, folks. If you know a movie well enough, and I say I'm a very laser focused, so chances are, if I've seen it once, I've seen it about 6 or 7 times, and I will remember most of the lines from there. Or at least I'll be like, okay, I know this is a movie I've seen. Most of the time, if I don't get a quote, it's because I've never seen the movie, or I saw it like one time and I was like 5 or something. So, which means it wasn't one of my favorites. that sounds like I'm hedging all my bets, essentially saying if I don't see, it's that same logic where it's like, well, it means if I don't get your reference, that I haven't seen the movie many times, or that I didn't like it. So it's shielding myself from failure. That's what you got to do. That's the best way to relate to people, is to try to make sure you can never be wrong. Let's see. Didn't see it. Ugnip! Hello, Ugnip! Good to see you. 12 minutes in the past. Okay, yep, there's IO referring to. For any of those who missed it, Poopstone gave our opponent... our opponent had Poopstone, then played Allied Guardian, so yay. And then played Blood Magic Lord... Oh, I'm sorry, Night Talon Lord, and rolled a charge on that puppy. Baldric, I think so, though I don't know if they like to reside in flats. The House Gnomes, dwarves, that is. Okay, now flats are apartments, right? If I'm not mistaken, and I think that's a European thing. That's not just a UK thing. I believe that's what that means. It's a flat, that's what confused me when I listened to Monty Python on the Final Ripoff. It was one of their collection of stuff. There's a whole sketch about them doing we're looking for a block of flats and not an abattoir. I was like, what the crap is a block of flats? Like that. Okay, I know there are shoes that can be referred to as flats or slides or something. But like, what are flats? And then I found out at some point somehow that flats are actually apartments. Are those condos? Are condos a thing outside of the U.S.? So a condo is most likely or usually what would be considered a townhouse where you share a wall with somebody, or an apartment. Like an apartment can be a condo. I mean, not this at the same time. You're either apartments you rent, condos you buy. So I don't know if you have that same thing, but is a flat just describing a living situation where you have neighbors on at least one side of you? Inquiring minds want to know. Antoine says, "Oh, amazing! After 2 days being lazy on the ladder and playing mostly casual, I lost 200 position." Well, I mean, the good news, Antoine, is actually we are getting close. How many days are in? Okay, you got one more day. You got one more day. We have 31 days in August. I never learned. There's a pithy little thing to. Ooh, Rumpin. Rumpin is rocking. I don't know if that was the support or not. I didn't actually. It's one of those games where I just didn't get to. Ugnip, battling an event. Let's go. Okay. I saw him swing and I was like, if this is true to form, that's going to end the game, but it did not. So huzzah. And Ugnip, this is great. When you see Young Mammoth and Bleak Coast, typically, I think we've seen Denise run this as well. This is more of a mid-range, if not, I mean, with the Orc Warrior guy, could also very well be a, almost like an aggro Telvanni. Which I like. This is definitely aggro. Never mind. This is definitely aggro. And Mournhold Trader would have been good about 2 turns ago, but okay. I was like 230 legends and now 400 and something. Well, the good news, Antoine, I mean, 200, I don't think you get anything special for. If you're in the top 1,000, you get the shinies, the shiny monthly rewards. And if you're in the top 100, I think you get the card back. But Antoine, if I'm not mistaken, you're already top 10? Have you already got the top 10? I don't remember. Like I mean, I forget. Sometimes I have to remember like the IO and folks have it. Not because they don't play, not because people don't play at the level that I think they should have. They should have that. It's just I don't remember for sure. And some people don't play with the card back. Like they play with it for a while and they're like, I'll play with something else. Like I did that when I got Legend. I was always playing the Legend card back for a while, and then I was like, it's a cool look, especially the nice shiny one. But I kind of like some other ones better, or just as much. I'm just a sucker for a change. So, I'll be like, although that's saying it really does look a lot better as a premium. Who would have known that finishing in the top 100 would look so much better than finishing in the top 1,000? Especially when I think we've established that the player base is probably under 1,000 at this point, or concurrent players for sure. Well, no, concurrent. Oh no, we're in the thousands. I think its peak it was 8,000, and now it's down to like 600, 400 to 600 somewhere in there. I think is what we found out. So yeah, it would be hard not to get top 1,000. I think at this point, and I think that's the reason why I made it. Because you're still going to have some stiff opposition getting into top 10 and top 100, but top 1,000, I think there's few enough. There's few remnants left that, you know, anybody who's playing with any kind of regularity is probably going to be able to get top 1,000 at this point. Oh, but Adventure says, I will never make it a legend. So, okay, that is crazy synergy there, whereas I'm talking about being able to get to legend. That said, Adventure, I think you can. Bodybag thought that same thing as well, but he was under the misconception that you could fall lower than the snake. So he's like, I don't want to, like, you know, because and we've all been there. You hit those losing streaks, and it's like if you could fall every time you fell in the snake, like when you hit those dead zones, you could be 17 games down and you'd never get out of there. But once you realize that that was not the case, that you could actually climb, that you could only drop you're only 2 wins away from being back at the start of whatever constellation you made it to. He ended up doing so. Adventure, I think you can. If I can do it, pretty much anybody can. If you have just a little bit of patience and a little bit of and some free time. Granted, it's going to be very hard to do if you're not one of those top tier players. It can be hard to get legends if you're not playing at least an hour or so a day on the ladder, I think. Again, some amazing guys and gals can get there on the first day or the second day of the season, no problem. But yeah, just focus on getting to rank 4 so that you can start out at rank 5 at the next season. And I think you'll set yourself up for it. Let's see. It's getting crowded in the last days. Yeah, I mean, because Antoine, I guess because everybody's making their push, right? Sorry, I'm awash in beverages, and none of them are quenching my thirst because they're not water. So, yeah, exactly, Agnip. It's the end of the season. Eye of the Restless Storm says, I like to mend fences while eating pineapple pizza during my break. Well, what you like to do and what you're actually able to do are two different things, my friend, because pineapple pizza doesn't bring people together. I think as this chat has shown, as our discourse has shown, pineapple pizza is divisive. It does not bring people together. It tears them asunder. And here's the funny thing, folks. This is the funny part. I realized the other day, well, at least I'm pretty sure I never said this. I never said that I actually don't like pineapple on pizza. I said it doesn't belong on pizza. Because I'm thinking back to it, like the times that I've had, I'm like, it's not the worst tasting thing in the world. I just don't think it belongs. It's on principle. You don't belong on the pizza pineapple. I mean, there's plenty of things that might taste good, but they don't necessarily belong together. So I find pineapple on pizza to be an affront to all things decent, but at the same time, I don't dislike the taste of it. I don't know if I made that clear or not, but it kind of takes all the, you know, and I remember that the one time I was like, hey, if, you know, whatever happens or this does whatever, I'll like buy a pineapple pizza and I'll eat it on stream. And it's like, I'm not going to hate it. I actually enjoy it. Now, the bacon, I don't necessarily like bacon on my pizza. Like, I don't dislike it. There's very few things that I actively dislike. I remember not liking anchovies. They were just way too salty and too fishy, possibly because they are fishy.
I smell the stench of the living.
But there's very few things that I actually mind. And bacon is a fine thing. It's a fine thing. I just like a different flavor on my pizza. I've had, truth be told, I don't know if you have had to try it. The only place I know that does it on the menu is Papa John's, which has fallen off in quality as of late, at least the ones that I've gone to. But they have a Philly cheesesteak pizza. So it's pretty much just what it sounds like. It's instead of typical pizza stuff, it's essentially the crust is the bun or the sandwich type thing, the sub bread, and then it's filled with whatever stuff. Anyway, let's see. Antoine, I don't mind. Antoine being very stoic. I just picture Antoine just standing, looking off into the distance. I don't mind, dear Denise. I'm not worried. I am not afraid. I do not fret that I am out of the top 200. Such is the burden that I bear. I will triumph. I will rise again. Just like the South, which is where Jesse lives. Yay! I will never make it to Legends, just to report this. Let's see. There you go. Exactly, Antoine. Legends is 99% matter of time and effort. I always want to catch up, but a lot of times when it's like, man, we're all saying the kind of the same thing. It'd be nice to be a part of the chat when it's actually happening instead of throwing in my 2 cents after, which is just essentially echoing what everybody else says, because we're all brilliant minds. We all think alike. But fine if you don't fancy the hard slog. Yeah, Denise, let me ask you: has there been a season yet since we've talked anyway that you've just kind of let a season get by? I'm pretty sure you've been able to summon up the tenacity to slog through to at least get to rank 4. But I think most of the time you're cracking legend these days, right?
I'll see you dead.
Like you're a frequenter of the legendary ranks. I know there was one season where you were particularly kind of burned out with it, or seemed to be burned out, but I think even then you made it to rank 4. Adventure says, I like it a lot. I have to learn to use it better. I feel like putting everything on and attaching it right away. I think... Wait a minute. What are we talking about here? What? I missed something. I like it a lot. I have to learn to use it better. I feel like putting everything on and attaching it right away. I should think more. Are we talking about Tesla still? Did I miss a conversational beat? I feel like I lost myself a little. Denise says, okay, if you want me to say Vicious D, you can't call him Greg's, because now I want to call him Greg's. Oh, no, wait. Okay, you're not. I'm so sorry. I lashed out at you, and I was wrong. I'm so sorry. You were talking about the actual story. It's just been so long since I asked the question, or so long since you gave the answer, that I totally forgot about it. So you were not talking about Vicious D. Vicious D is a Vicious D. Greg's is lovely toasties. I don't know what those are. And savory food like pastries, also sweet pastries, cheap but mostly delicious. Okay. So toasties, okay, I'm going to be insulted. It's insulting, I know, but I don't have a better guess. Are those like our Pop-Tarts? Is that what toasties are? I'm not familiar with toasties. And they are a chain. Okay, so they are a chain. All right. So it's not just a one-stop shop. All right. Happy to practice it with you, Zero. Nice. Okay. So Denise and Antoine offer this. This is what the community is all about. It's going to help Adventure get him prepped, help him tailor his decks, give him some pointers, give him some gameplay tips and all. And I think we'll see if well, there's a will, there's a way. Adventure, if you're willing to do it, September might be your month to crack legend. That would be a fun journey to follow for sure. Let's see. Antoine says, and follow Denise. Yep, she can give you all the positive vibes to get out of the snake. Exactly. Yeah. So Becoming Brave Carryot is Denise's channel. It is constantly growing, which is fantastic to see, which again is a tribute to both her and the fact that that there are folks still voraciously looking for more content, which is fabulous. But yes, so she has her own channel.
This was
and
contest.
Yep. So Ugnip being a good sport, and it looks like Ryan Grover can't help himself, man. My gosh. Oh, why? Like I was holding my breath, like you just, it's like, why do we need to see Marak? What did the world, did humanity, a manatee, what did anything benefit from you playing the Marak? You literally just took 4 to 7 seconds out of your life and our opponent and ours, all of ours actually, to play Marak when you didn't need to. Why? Pourquoi? What is the point, folks? What is it? Did I need to see that you had Marak there? Was it that important? The answer is no, it's rhetorical. Tiago! Well, I see Tiago's can play the game, but he's too good to be in chat. Well, he's probably in chat and I just haven't got to him yet. I like to eat my own words when I have a decent enough appetite and I don't have any food on hand. I like to eat my own words or put my foot in my mouth. Either way. Ooh. All right. Okay. Not the worst. Okay, that's pretty bad. That's all right. Tiago's got a fistful of cards. He's a little bit down in terms of points, but his opponent wasn't able to build a board in there. That's the other thing that it took me a while to really lock that in. Anytime you play, like, it's like, okay, that seemed like a good turn, right? He had a lot of removal. He did the mummify. He didn't put anything on the board either. So it's kind of it's not a loss or guaranteed loss, but it is a downside if you what the heck? Interesting. Okay. All right. Anyway, let's see. Oh, okay. So I did not realize. Oh, there you go. Hello, Tiago. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Good to see you, my friend. Once again. I was spoiled. I think the last two times you were like the first one in chat. So if I don't see you, I just assume you're off on date night or just doing some other important social activity that somehow is cooler than what we've got going on here. This is the cool place to be. Unfortunately, I know for a fact there are plenty of other things going on Friday nights. Actually, yeah, this is probably the most congested night of all time for the general populace. And this is the night that I chose to do this. But that just makes it all the more humbling. Or not humbling. I can't say I'm humble about it. Magnificent or fantastic or feels good that you guys are here. Because there are so many other things. There are shows. There's the YouTube channels. There's the live streams. Well, heck, the last time I think we did it, Daryloth was doing it. So, you know, it's... There are plenty of other... great things being provided, objectively good content being provided. So the fact you guys are here again, I greatly appreciate your time. Halalu always gets me out of the snake. I feel like that could be on their banner somewhere, or like their literature. Halalu, we get you out of the snake. Yeah, I think that's kind of catchy. That's another one though. See, triple A's though. Remember, Halalu. People ask me why. Well, not people. There's a gal actually, Diebear. She visited the channel here. She's big on Rumble, and she's also does a lot of Destiny and stuff like that on Twitch and on YouTube. But she's like, why is it AAA? Like, I mean, she wasn't being. She was just curious, and it's hard for me to say. But I mean, I think Halalu says it all. Like, there's a like, would it be Halalu if it was just 2 A's, or would it just be Halalu? And I'm like, it's not quite there. It's that 3 A's. Everything, good things come in 3s. Unless it's, you know, like bad things that come in 3s, then that's not there. Okay, it's funny because I am so far behind that, like, I'll say something and nobody says anything, or I don't see anything about it because I'm so far behind that I'm like, oh cool, everybody was just that kind of went off, and then I scroll down and see, oh, I kicked a hornet's nest. Oh my gosh. All right, here we go. Io says, y'all can add me in game if you wish. Yeah, and Io keeps it simple. Io's in-game name is his actual name, so that's very helpful. Very few folks do that, and that's not, you know, that's just, it is what it is. It's like a lot of people aren't thinking about account synergy and all that kind of stuff when they're doing this sort of thing. But Io is Io. He is Io. Baldrick says, I think there's probably a friendly match between Rick and Jervs. That era was played only to prolong the game or help the opponent. Wait, I think this is probably a friendly match between Rick and Jervs. Okay, maybe you're right, Baldrick. Maybe you're right. That era was played only to prolong the game or help the opponent. Okay. You might very well have a point, Baldrick. I thought I saw that it was just a versus game, but you're quite possibly you're correct. Hey guys, in the past days, I played with a great success 3 copies of Seducer Darkfire. Interesting. Okay, so that is a Daedra. Just great. It gives more AoE versus pure control decks. So 8 top end cards, 3 Seducer, 3 Belly G, and Kano in 2 aspects. Wait a minute. So you got Seducer is willpower, Belly G is strength, and a Kano is... Okay, so Guild Swarm. It would be a Guild Swarm list. It sounds dangerous. Yeah, and hey, and so yeah, a PSA shout out to Seducer Darkfire. If you want to play a Daedra and you don't want to be running the invade nonsense, give Seducer Darkfire and it's actually a pretty cool name. It's almost a try-hard name, it's kind of like, and I cannot tell you why this is, but like originally, if I'm not mistaken, the original draft, Luke Skywalker's last name was like Darklighter, I think. It wasn't Darksaber. I think it was Darklighter or Dark. It was Dark something. Anyway, but it's one. It's like Skywalker. Ooh, and that's a tough loss for Tiago. Just not able to close it out against Ebonheart. Arg. That's the worst. When you're kind of in your own little world talking about stuff and you finally come out of it for a moment, it's just in time to see a friend fall. All right, Ugnet back in an event. So we will join in the event here. But let's see. Oh yeah, but yeah, so it's Biggs Darklighter. Biggs Darklighter is the name. I can't remember what it was called, but it was a Star Killer maybe. I think it was Luke Star Killer. So first, Skywalker is not a try-hard name. It's just kind of a sounds cool name, like to me anyway. But like Darklighter, or it's like if y'all have seen Mystery Men and his name's not Zoolander. What's his face? Ben Stiller's character. He plays this like. I can't remember his character name now. But it's like rage. He goes into a rage. It doesn't actually make him stronger. Well, it kind of does, but for most of the movie, it doesn't. He just gets angry and just gets his butt kicked. But anyway, he has a. He's trying to give. The girl asks him. This girl that he likes asks him what his real name is, and he's trying to. He's trying to make him sound really cool. She's like, well, I don't really reveal my identity, but it's Dirk. I was christened Dirk at birth, and like he's trying to come up with like these really hard, but they're try hard names. So anyway, Dark Seducer Darkfire to me sounds, it's like it's on that cusp of sounding cool and sounding try hard. Like you're trying to sound really awesome, but you know, because you're dark and fire, blah, but it's not quite there. It's kind of what I was going with that. Anyway, I took way too long for as far behind as I am. A chat mea culpa. The card is underplayed on ladder, but it's more strong than we can aspect. All too simple. I think it's a really strong card. Honey Badger says, I have a potentially hot take. I personally think Back to the Future is overrated. It's a good movie, don't get me wrong. I just think it's overrated. Okay, so I'm not going to call that a hot take necessarily, but you need to qualify. So here, and this is the thing, and this is where I can respect. So like I had a friend that said, and Tim, if you're watching, hail to you. We were talking about what the definition of an artist is. And he essentially said that a definition of an artist is somebody who does what they want to do. Period. That's it. Like, meaning like in an artistic way, like you make the videos you want to make, you write the stories you want to write, you do what you want to do, you express yourself. If you make money doing it, great. If you don't, it's fine. You're still an artist. That is the difference between an artist and whatever else. So you can make money and not be a sellout. As long as you're still doing what you want to do, you're still an artist. And it was like once we like, and so like initially I'll admit like I was kind of like I don't like necessarily like that definition, but it's at least it's fair and it's consistent. Meaning, he would say, yeah, you don't have to make money, or you can make money, and just because you make money doesn't mean you're not an artist. Like you can be successful and do what you want to do. Like technically, if YouTube channels out there, if people are doing what they love to do as they actually are able to turn a profit with it, they're still artists because they're executing their vision, and that's the important thing. It's not necessarily about the money making, which is, to me, there's more craftsman element involved. But it gets really blurry at that point because you're like, okay, how good or talented do you have to be an artist? Do you need to be talented? It's very subjective. His is at least objective, and so even though it kind of rankled me a little bit, or it not like made me angry, it just kind of was like, it just didn't sit perfectly well. At least it was measurable, it was objective, and so I could at least say, okay, I know that. Like you have a consistent measurement. It's like he gave me a ruler to measure what it was. So I don't have a problem. Money Badger was saying that it's overrated. The problem is, especially as we get further away from it, like generations that haven't seen it, like is Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade overrated? is because I'll be honest, like a lot of movies that I liked from the 80s, when I go back and watch them as an adult, I'm like, they're good, but they're a lot of them are campy, a lot of them are kind of cheesy, and a lot of them have things that make you go, huh, or that's kind of weird. Like, I mean, the first Indiana Jones, if Indiana Jones wasn't in the first movie, everything would have happened exactly the way it would have without him there. Like, it kind of makes it seem like, well, that's not a great movie, but people still think it's a great movie. So I would just need you to show your work, Honey Badger. You need to provide a movie, like say, okay, here's a movie that is very popular that I don't think is overrated. It's just very hard. It's hard to pin that point down because it means that you need to assess that it is valued at a certain thing, which we don't have a measurement for. And I'm not saying you can't say anything is overrated. I'm just saying for something like a Back to the Future that I think is actually, I mean, to me, Ghostbusters is overrated. I'll admit that, but it's only because I don't necessarily like it as much as, like, I liked it well enough, and I had the Ghostbusters stuff growing up as a kid, but I just didn't. I was like, it's okay, but it didn't really do anything crazy cool. I mean, but at this point, I'm jaded enough where I've even said, like, the original trilogy, Star Wars trilogy, is overrated, especially the first like New Hope. I just was never a huge fan of New Hope, but I think when you take things when they came out, I think that's the key. When Back to the Future came out, it was not overrated because, and like Star Wars was not overrated because they were doing things different. They were not movies like them. We've had so many time travel movies since then. We've had so many different whatever things. I don't know. But I will say, I mean, the DeLorean helped a ton. Initially, it was going to be a refrigerator, I believe, or a phone booth. Making it the DeLorean made it freaking cool. And there are a lot of, we talked about it before, there are a lot of things about it when you watch it go, wow, why is Biff hanging out with the gal that he tried to manhandle in high school? Like, high school is never that far out of mind. Like, I would never, if somebody tried to assault me in high school, I wouldn't be like, 20 years later or 30 years later being like, hey, it's cool if you come hang out with me. I mean, unless they had a complete change, which I guess Biff kind of did. Anyway, so yeah, Honey Badger, I bet the onus is on you, my friend. You have to be able to say how valued you think it is, how like you say it's overrated, how awesome. Because I think it's fine for what it is, but I don't think it's like the bestest movie ever. But then here's the catch: you need to provide. If you provide a movie where you say, hey, I think this is a great movie from the 80s that isn't overrated, and you probably have people that go, I think overrated is it's I mean obviously it's an opinion, but it's so subjective and it depends on so many different things. Because you could say, I mean, like you say, it's an amazing movie, but what's overrated? What point does it get thrust into overrated? I think that's, anyway, I just dwelled on it because I'm thinking it over myself, like how I'm not disagreeing with you necessarily. I just don't know. Like I said, if Ghostbusters can be overrated, then Back to the Future can be as well. I'll put it that way. Baldrick, oh yeah, I've not seen those films in a long time. Also, you have a functioning VCR that's so cool. I wish mine was still working. Yeah, Baldrick, I actually have. This was when this is like the only time in my life where something that I wanted, I selected, I specifically said I want this thing, when that actually was not ridiculously expensive. So I found the make and model. It was a Zenith. I don't even remember the model now, but it was a Zenith. It was a silver front load VCR. That's what we had when I was old enough to remember. We're talking back in like 83, 84, when my little brain was developed and I could start remembering objects and stuff. That was the first VCR we ever had. And so, when I was building my nostalgia nook, I was like, okay, I've got a CRT TV. I need to get this old school VCR. And I wanted that one. And usually the way my luck runs, they're almost impossible to find, and they're so rare that it'll cost you like $3,000 to get a used one. I got this one for $20, and I think the biggest cost was shipping because it weighs a ton. But yeah, now I will say every time I take, like when I got it, it hadn't been used in so long that like it was playing in slow motion and the screen was flickering and everything. But once you rewind it and fast forward a little bit, it gets it back up and running, and it's kind of trippy. I mean, it's loud. It is so loud, so noisy. We forget just how much an improvement DVDs were. But it is kind of cool to have that there. Sometimes you get a little bit of scan lines. You have to, like I said, you have to rewind and fast forward. It's a nice throwback, but it's definitely not. It is not the most practical of mediums. But I mean, you do have one. So in theory, Baldric, if you could, and you seem like a guy. I don't know, for some reason I picture you in my mind as a kind of a handy person, or a technically got like. Where somebody could show you how to do something, or you could like YouTube it and figure out how to. Man, Night Talon Lord is all over the place. Good gravy. But so I feel like you'd be the kind of guy that could figure out how to do it. That said, I started looking into it when it started slowing down play, and I was like, oh gosh, like I don't know that I want to do it. It can be hard to find VCR repair people at this point. It was eating the older tapes I had, so it had to be put. Oh, well, so you don't have it anymore. It was eating the older tapes I had, so it had to be put down. Ahmed, 10 wins, 1 loss. Wow. Damn. Those are numbers usually reserved for Dagoth, Burn, and such. That's impressive. Love me some dragons. Oh no! Oh, I just wrote the most compelling answer ever and Ahmed jumped offline. I hate when that happens. Oh well. You saw what I was writing anyway. Here we go. But I understand about it. Yeah, once it starts eating your tapes, I mean they're not as expensive necessarily, but they're getting up there. It can be hard. It's harder. Like I think I was looking at like trying to find Matrix, because Matrix actually came out. There was still VHS when it came out, but it's ridiculously expensive. I was like, there's no point. I have Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, because those are the first 2 VHS tapes I actually owned. They're not the ones that I have now, though. I think my sister has them, but so I bought those, and then Back to the Future 1 and 2, I think. So yeah, those are the only 3 movies 4 movies that I have for it, because I knew I wasn't gonna watch it a lot, but I could actually have it on right now, but I want to focus here. Big Hein 76, ladies. Well, so luckily the only lady that I know of for a fact that we have on here, she says hello to Big Hein 76. And I will just disregard, as I am not a lady, if he chooses to address me as... Oh, so Honey Badger responds to ladies. You guys are... Duh. It's fine. Oh, Louis Vuitton. Never mind. All right, Io Rumpin. Let's go Rumpin, and then we'll go Io. Let's see. But Honey Badger says, but I am also pretty much alone in my love for the Hobbit trilogy. Yes. No, don't say pretty much, Honey Badger. Let's not sugarcoat this. You are the only person in the world. Well, put it this way. You're the only person who I think has taste. It's not always refined. It's not always the best. But it is... You have taste. You have a perspective that I can appreciate as being largely coherent. Who still likes the Hobbit trilogy. Most people I know that like the Hobbit trilogy, their standards, they're I hate to say it, this sounds crass, but they are cinematic horrors. And I have a friend who's a cinematic horror, and he'll even, I mean, I don't know that he'll call himself that, but when I call him that, he was like, yeah, you're right. It's people who just like anything. And when they don't like something, you're like, why don't you like that? I don't understand. They're like, oh, because it has this and this. I'm like, you like this, and this. They all have that in there. Yeah, but and they can't ever justify why they don't like something. They don't have to be able to. It's just kind of funny when they try to. But they just, if it comes out, it's the same thing. Like there are people who are Star Wars whores. They're like, hey, if it says Star Wars, I love it. Or, I want to watch it. And it's like, it doesn't matter who it's written by. It doesn't matter if it's any good. It just matters that it has the Star Wars label on it. I'm not saying that's you, I'm just, or Honey Badger, but, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think you are a cinema... There's got to be a nicer way to say that. That's because horror has such a negative connotation. Cinema. But I mean, it's just, it works. Like it's just where you're just like, I like everything. Like, what do you, what? So obviously I'm not going to see it for an hour and a half, but if there's a name, a cinema, whatever, what is it? Because a connoisseur would be somebody with refined taste, somebody who's very selective about what they like, or whose tastes are more selective. What do you call somebody who just like, I mean, I would be a food whore. I eat pretty much anything. And I can enjoy pretty much anything. The downside is I don't appreciate finer food because it all kind of tastes the same to me. So if you, I mean, now granted, like a steak or something, I can tell a good steak from a crappy one. But there's a lot, I mean, like, heck, man, if I'm hungry enough, I'll eat SpaghettiOs for crying out loud. Right out of the can. Because I'm a badass. Puts hair on your chest. And your ears, apparently. I got hair growing out of my ears. That's what happens when you get old. All kinds of flattering hair grows where you don't want it to. But, you know, so I'm that way when it comes to food. Like, I would be that person where somebody who's like a very, like, got a gourmet palate would be like appalled at a lot of the stuff I like because it's, I'm like, it tastes fine to me. I'm like, but these are truffles and caviar from apparently a place where both fish eggs and mushrooms would. Cinema Junkie. Yeah. Well, see, junkie, I just think of as somebody who consumes a lot of. Right? Am I wrong in that? I mean, I agree. It sounds a lot better than horror. 100% agree. But I always thought of a junkie as somebody who just is voracious. They just consume a lot of it. But I guess in theory that would work then too. It would mean that you just consumed it, or you just watch to watch. It doesn't really matter why. I guess it would allude to a lack of taste, or to a lack of standards, but doesn't necessarily hit it on the head. But it's. I feel better saying that than horror. A slut, maybe. Well, we can just get away from the sex craft thing, right? There's got to be something else. It just. I don't know. It's not important. What's important is catching up on chat, and that's just not going to happen. But I'm going to make a go of it. So we got Big Hind shows up there. What a pleasure to see you unharmed. Honey Badger, Ugnip. Yep. Okay, so Big Hind gets a nice round of greetings from our good friends here. And unharmed for the ladder fights earlier. Only lost one game. Nice, Denise. Nice. What a gathering. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. We have an all-star cast here. Big Hind. An all-star cast. Big Hind, wait a minute. Am I remembering... This isn't Dano, is it? For some reason I think you could be Dano, but I could be mistaken. Because I remember seeing Big Hind before, but I can't remember where. But as I've shown, I can remember people's names. It just I have to really lock it in my brain. Cinema Glutton. Again, Honey Badger, that is consumption. If you're a glutton, it doesn't say that you don't have good taste. It just says that you just eat. Like it's not you eat anything. It's you just eat a lot. So you can be a glutton and only eat really good food, or very high quality food. Glutton, it's the amount of consumption, it's the compulsion, and kind of like the lust for food. Like gluttony and lust are kind of the same. There's lust. You're just the focus of your fixation or your whatever is there. I think we're in the ballpark. I think we're good. We're circling it, but I think these terms are more about the voracious consumption versus enjoying, or again, it's a lack of standard. Gluttony doesn't mean a lack of standards. Junkie doesn't necessarily mean a lack of standards. Although a junkie, like I said, a junkie, you think of like as that would be a druggie, I guess. Anyway, but keep them coming. I mean, I'm not trying to poo-poo them. I'm just really like, I like to articulate thoughts really well, and right now, unfortunately, but I mean, there's no way to say. I mean, to be fair, cinema glutton doesn't sound a whole lot less flattering than horror. So we are, but I mean, it's not meant to be an insult, because in a way that's a charmed life. It's like the folks who, like, I have a friend, like all he wanted was like, he wanted to own a house, like actually wanted a white picket fence, wife, 2 kids, and a dog, and a pickup truck. That's all he wanted. Like that was his goal in life. However he got there, he could work at a convenience store. He ended up being a police officer, but like he had very simple aspirations in life, and there's nothing wrong with that. Kitsch? Okay, I like that word, but I have no idea what it means. Hang on a second. No, I'm not. If I do, I'll mess up this up. Kitsch, what is that? So I know what niche means, or niche. That's probably another one of those words y'all will correct me on. Definition 1, something that appeals to popular lowbrow. Oh, okay, so we actually, quiche. Okay, so this actually, but quiche is also a delicious breakfast food that's like eggs and cheese and bacon or whatever. But kitsch. Something that appeals to a popular lowbrow taste and is often of poor quality. Okay, I like it. Perfect. Yes, honey badger. I think that's going to work then. Kitsch. So do we even have... So that's a noun, right? So somebody is a kitsch? Or is it... Hang on a second. I should know that by context. Honey badger. See, this is important. How can you focus on the game when there's so much... Oh, he's hand up and vanished like a fart in the wind. Honey badger... Honey badger. Something that appeals. Okay, so yeah. Wait, something that appeals to popular lowbrow taste. Oh, no. Okay, so that would be the content. That's not the person. So yeah. So if something is kitsch, then it's lowbrow. So teetering on the brink of kitsch. Yeah. Well, but yeah. This is an example sentence. Right. Okay. So yeah. So I mean, honestly, and I know that this may raise some echoes. I've only seen bits and pieces. I personally think the Scary Movie series is kitsch. I think it's like it's hard. Well, it's not necessarily hard. It can be difficult to do parody poorly. But like your classic parodies, kitschy. So again, that's a great word, and I think if I did know it, I don't use it enough. So again, that's great. It defines the content. So I guess kitsch lover. There we go. A kitsch lover. That sounds pretty good, right? If you don't know what kitsch is, you say you're a kitsch lover. You got to articulate it though. You can't say you got to make sure they kitsch lover. You've got to focus on that. So there you go. That's the way to do it, and it's a euphemism. It's like PC culture, right? We're not going to call them trash men. Well, let's face it. I don't think I've yet to see a gal riding on the back of a. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. Rumpin. No, Rumpin. You got to hit with the crab. Crab has to be the. Well, no, but Rumpin did the right thing. He did the right thing. He didn't risk a. Oh, well, he could. Yeah, no, he was smart. He was on one. His opponent might have had a lightning bolt. That was. I mean, that's all I was just saying. That's the right way to play it. So Rumpin played it the smart way. You want to see the crab get the pinch fatality, but at the cost of possibly losing the game, no, indeed. And that's why Rumpin Rufus is one of the best. GG. And what constraint? Would you guys stop getting offline when I talk to you? What is this all about? Goodness gracious. I'm just trying to interact with folks, and they're like, oh, run away. But yeah, so kitsch lover. So yeah, sanitation worker or sanitation engineer was a euphemism for trash man, because for some reason saying trash man was insulting. Like it's about as easy as you can get in terms of just like, hey, this is what I do. It doesn't mean you're a trashy person. It just means you. Nicely done, Io. Nicely done. You gave us at least 3 seconds of a game. GG, Io, GG. All right. Okay, yes, I see Rick Deckard is in a casual match now, so you're probably right. He probably was. Oh, here we go. Evening Wolf Friends. That's kind of cool. When it says event, it's almost guaranteed that you don't have to worry about them not actually being in the game like we do for some other folks. But what was I saying? I was saying something else. But yeah, so it's. I mean, it's a ridiculous notion, and really, it's more insulting because it's essentially saying your position is so low and so demeaning. Like, in other words, somebody who thinks it's calling somebody a trash man is an insult because of their profession. Because really, that's all it comes down to. Again, you're not saying you're a trashy man. You're a trash man. You take out the trash. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that phrase at all. Unless you happen to think less of the trash man because of his profession, in which case you need to come up with a word that you think makes his position sound better because he needs it to sound better because you think it's an inferior sounding word. Okay, that does still allow it to trade, but so I'm not a big fan of. Well, it's not that I'm not a big fan. I absolutely hate PC because again, to me, it's insulting the people it's supposed to be. It's like you don't need a euphemism for your job because there's nothing wrong with your job. There's nothing wrong with what it sounds like. I mean, unless it had nothing to do with the trash. If you were called the trash man, but you clean windows, okay, yeah, let's change your name to something else. But sanitation engineer is dumb. It is dumb. It confiscates it, and it's done by somebody who thinks so less of trashmen that, oh, we need to make the title sound better so they don't feel so put out. Trashmen don't care. They're making bank, man. You get, like, honestly, if I could, heck, I might even look into that. I might try to be a trashman. And here in Texas, they still ride on the back of the truck. Like, they used to do that when I was a kid, but, like, every place that I've lived since has, like, they don't have the guys on the back anymore. But I was watching them go through now. They got two guys, one on each side, and they just, trash truck pulls up, they jump, they got their little handle thing, they jump off, grab the trash, throw it in there on either side, go forward, and it looks like a nice camaraderie type thing. You knock it out, you're up early in the morning, but you're done by, like, I'm guessing like noon or 2 or somewhere around there, so you got some time left in the day, and it's a government position. It pays pretty well, the benefits are there, the perks are there. Again, there's nothing lowly about it. And so it's, once again, it shows more of the people that come up with this bull crap than it does the actual thing. Nobody needed to try to make trashmen feel better because, like, hey, I make a good living. It's something that everybody needs to get done. It's refuse. It's stuff that people throw away, but anybody who's been alive for any decent amount of time knows we need trash folks. And yeah. So anyway, but that's to say, kitsch lover would be a nice euphemism, but it's functional euphemism because, as we saw, it was very hard to say it in a way that didn't sound demeaning when it doesn't need to be demeaning. It just means you live a charmed life where you're easily entertained compared to pretty much the rest of the populace. And then you got people that are connoisseurs, then you got people who are, whatever else. And it just gets more complicated from there. But kitsch lover, I think, or lover of kitsch, I don't know. It may need a little working, but thank you, Honey Badger. We got there. And it's a word that doesn't get used a lot. Hey, let's expand vocabulary. Let's see. But I do like it, Big Hein. All the love. This surely cannot be the internet. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You can find it here. You will not find it all the places, but you will find it here. There are some folks. I've seen some videos that I watch on occasion, and their comment section is almost universally praised. Hey, love that you're doing this video. Hey, this is so great. Oh my gosh, this is so whatever. It's very hard to find people that, people who agree on stuff on the internet, but you see it in a few places here and there. But we are definitely the highest concentration of friendly folk on the internet, I believe. It's a rare good corner of the internet. Exactly, Honey Badger. Exactly. Ugnip does run aggro Telvanni. Yeah, that was at 3:40. Oh my gosh, 40 minutes back. Jeez, man, I've been flapping my gums. Personally, the best card back is Premium Cadwell. Really? So I mean, I kind of like it. It's the guitar things or the banjos or whatever, the wooden type relief, I think. I don't know. I like. So I have the premium in my alternate account. I have the regular one on this one. I like the Empire like helmet thing with the runes going down the middle, especially in a premium. I think that looks pretty good. I thought the Empire of Cyrodiil, whatever that is, it was one of the expansions. We had to get you had to collect the whole set. Had like a ruby in the center. I think that one looks pretty cool. Obviously, I mean, just for the prestige of it as well as the look, the top 10 card back is probably one of my favorites. Just a very, very beautiful. I like the color pattern, color scheme. But yeah, you're not the first person who has said that though, Honey Badger. I think Dano actually also likes that, and it's a good looking art to be sure. Okay, so Antoine, you have never been top 10. Okay, all right. You play well enough that I think you could. But I think you're like me. You get, and I'm not trying to project. I just think, like we may take more breaks than some other people just because we get kind of fatigued with the game. Not necessarily more often, but it's like, you know what? I'm good for right now. I don't need. I can take a couple days off. Where a lot of folks that I think to crack the top 10, you either have to be like hyper elite and or you need to be circulating, playing the game quite a bit. Speaking of concurrent players, did you all hear Dustborn? Oh gosh, yes, I have heard of Dustborn. Twice top 100. Hey, that's still great. That's like I said. I know you're a good player. Obviously, that is a big. I knew it's Dustborn. All right, so this is going to be fun. No, last week Gauntlet had nearly 1,000 play and checked. Oh, Grand Melee is better gauge, I think. Interesting. Okay, and we can tell the hour is late for Denise as we have not a gauntlet but a goblet. Goblet. Okay, we need to work that into D&D somewhere, along with Vendor and his mighty goblet, the golden goblet of Kitsch. Never been below level 11, too impatient. Okay, so not Dano then. Fair enough. Next month will be my first year in Tessel. Oh, nice. Wow. Hey, well, one, congratulations on a year in the game. Two, that you remembered when your anniversary was. I don't even remember the first month that I started playing. But wow, only around for a year. So yeah, you missed it. That sucks. I'm trying to remember when the game went offline. Like, I feel bad for anybody who jumped in the game before. Like, don't tell me it's a third one. Oh my gosh, what is that? Holy cow. I mean, the answer is lightning bolts. 3 friggin' lightning bolts. See, that's one of those times where you just go, Carbon 77, I haven't seen him in a while. But like Antoine, I think, like, if you've only been in for a year, you didn't get to witness like the glory days, really, right? Like, you came in pretty much when it was on its way out. Honey Badger, it's a new game that came out. From the sound of it, it's absolute trash. On Steam, from last I heard, it peaked at 83 players. It was supposed to be this groundbreaking new game. Yeah, there's another one too. It begins with a C. I don't think maybe it's called Concord. Concord and Dustborn. Yeah, they are games doing poorly. And oh, hey, lightning bolts prolific on the ladder today. Actually, it was in the event, the last one we saw, but. Hopefully we could say GG to Carbon. Well, we'll just keep it simple. We'll just do GG because every time I try to do a nice long message, people bail on it and it gets lost to time. See, it teaches me to be more concise with my language. Obviously, I don't talk like that, but yeah, Dustborn and Concord are two. If I'm not mistaken, AAA title. Trapper Smitty. I feel like I've said your name that way before. You have not learned your lesson, Trapper Smitty. You need friends. Good friends. Friends who care about you. Friends who don't let friends play invade. But yeah, I think they're both AAA titles, or at least considered to be. I think it was either Dustborn or Concord that were like in development for like 3 years, and yeah, they're big stinkos, absolute garbage games. From what I've heard, I wouldn't have bought them even if they were good. I just typically don't get into that kind of stuff. But I've been hearing a lot of, and nothing I've seen about it makes me go, oh, that looks kind of interesting. It's like, this looks like crap. It looks like it was made by children who have really bad taste. Big Hind, been there from early day one, and I managed to evade all special cards. That is a talent, Big Hind. That is a talent. I don't know how you pulled that off. I was doing a pretty good job of evading them myself, but then then I got good, and it comes with its own burdens. But then I just started getting all the special stuff. Although, to be fair, we do have folks like Vincenzo who, for reasons beyond its control, were not able to get like some of the premium alternate arts that are out there. We're still. Hey, CVH, if you're watching, because I know you are. I mean, so many people watch this. We need the alternate art for Sanctuary Pet. I'm not asking myself. Denise, she's doing good work for the community. She's making videos. She likes those ugly little bastards. I've not seen the alternate art for that available since I came back to the game several months ago. Concurrent players like 40, 50. Yeah. And I'll be honest, I think that's even high. I mean, it is admittedly, by the developer's own admission, it is made for the modern audience. And that is about the modern audience. You think worldwide, 50 people? Yeah, that's what the modern audience is comprised of. It's those 50 people that are like the loudest and most obnoxious. But yeah, there's really no... Shut your freaking mouth. He's like trying to be a cat. He's trying to be a cat. He's not a cat. He's like a tiger. I'm like a tiger. You're not a tiger. But yeah, that is the modern audience. So why they're catering to? Well, we know. I'm not going to get into it. We know it's very obvious what game companies, many of them, movie studios, what they're all doing right now, and it's not providing high quality entertainment. That is not really a stretch to say. The reasoning for it, that is something that maybe not everybody agrees on, but it's definitely we are not given new and fresh entertainment these days. Yismer, am I saying that right? Yismer is that where the Y sounds? We just say smur, Yismer. I don't know. Help me out here. Yeah, I've noticed 1,000 to 1,100 last few weeks, gotten top 50 last 5 weekly tournaments. Nice. Yes, well done. Yeah, I think maybe mine is a little skewed as well, because when I have played in the gauntlets, a lot of the times I do end up like finishing in the top 100, I think. And I don't think I'm doing all that great, so I just assume there's not enough players out there to bet, like that are better than me that are playing. But maybe I'm just that good. I don't know, but congratulations, top 50. Even with fewer players, is still pretty damn good. Did someone mention pineapple pizza? I did. It was a mistake. I shouldn't have said something. I shouldn't have said anything. It's a can of worms. It's the Friday meal for everyone. I also lack a bit of technique. I lack a few things to get to the top. I guess we can be honest. Like, if you're gonna have people who are naturally good at a game or naturally good at anything, there are gonna be people who aren't naturally gonna be good at it. I mean, I think that's fair to say. That's how life works. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. So it is technically possible for somebody to just not be good at CCGs. Or, I mean, I wouldn't say this one in particular. I would say, I mean, they're nuanced. There's different different ways to play different CCGs. Magic is a much different game than this, even though it's kind of. All right, Ahmed. Let's see you take down this. I don't know. There's 3 cards. 3 cards too many for old Trapper Smitty. You could place the M with an H, but. And isn't that the way? Anybody who saw, I think it was my video last week, that same BS there, in the late game, invade at a 75 card deck, always with a freaking aspect, which when you're getting all the keywords, he can come down as a 12-12 because you know he's automatically going to get charge as well as guard on there. Is that going to be yeah, it's going to be enough. He's going to have to trade in. Oh no, maybe he's going to hold here. Nope. Okay. There you go. Nicely done, Ahmed. I mean, it cost him a lot, but he got there, and he's got Pillaging Tribune, hopefully. Oh my gosh. Wow. Yifra is... I think Yifra just bailed. No, yeah, Yifra is... Man. Well, hey, you know what? At least we can say... At least the finishing move was a card of... that never gets played all that often. Doesn't get played all that often, but at least it's not an invade card. So yay for that. Brother Ridge, let's do this. Let's see. Honey Badger, surprising no one, says that he disagrees. He thinks pineapple pizza brings a lot of people together. It brings a lot of people together. It brings a lot of people of ill reputes, hooligans, ruffians. Oh, there's a really good... Rapscallions, that was the one I wanted. I really wanted to make sure I got that one in there as well. Yeah, those are the kind of people it brings together. It's the Friday meal for everyone. I don't think... Well, I have had pizza on one Friday, but... I think pizza brings people together regardless of what's on it. Someone will eat it. That is very true. That is very true. And most people are... We're not particularly picky. You have to make a really weird or bad pizza for people not to eat it. Pizza is just a universally consumable thing. Nice, Brother Ridge. Nice. I think he might be running the that warrior list that we had such good fortune with that he let us have. Warrior doing good work as per usual. I was going to say usual, but I don't know how to spell usual in a way that it actually sounds like usual. All right. Let's see if we can get a victory with Tiago here. So Dustborn is a new game, Baldric says. Haven't heard about it, though I have seen stealth gameplay from SW Outlaws. It's hilarious. That's another fart in church, if you will. Star Wars Outlaws. Really, I mean, modern gaming. My friend just sent me a leak. We don't necessarily see eye to eye on a lot of gaming stuff, but he sent me a leak on IGN. Why he still pays attention to IGN, I don't know. But they actually have like a they're bringing back like it's like I think it's GameStop or something. It's some company's just going to be like focusing purely on retro, and it's like, wow. So instead of, now granted, these aren't publishers, these aren't developers, these are stores. So I kudos to you, because you're going, look, the developers aren't going to give us jack diddly squat of, I mean, I'm not saying that there have not been any decent games put out lately, that there's nothing out there. I mean, nobody, only Sith deal in absolutes. Can't believe I quoted that. But, okay, so I won't be a hypocrite. Sith are typically the ones who deal in absolute. There we go. I fixed it. Now I can say that without actually sounding like a Sith, unlike Obi-Wan, who sounded like a smarmy turd muffin when he said it, or whoever said it. Anyway, I actually moved off of it for like 2 weeks. I'm 2 games from Legend. Oh, going up and down. I was actually watching one in my TV and playing. It was Brother Ridge Inception. All right, so he's 2 away. So okay, we're come on, Legend. It'll happen. It always happens for those who believe. I didn't really know how to finish that. It does seem to work out though. Like, I remember Denise was getting booted out of the game, all kinds of shenanigans happening, and she still managed to crack Legend that month. She just kept plugging away at it and finally got it in like an hour before the game reset for the season. So, but yeah, but anyway, but it's about retro gaming. So it's like they're going, okay, you guys for whatever reason are incapable of delivering like good, entertaining, fun games. Like, your games are either fundamentally broken, they require DLC, they're pay to play. You know, it's like a bunch of unlockables or like things you have to buy, like in-game purchases and stuff. Or the game just sucks in general. It's got a crappy story, unlikable characters. It's a big, So even if the mechanics were good, I mean, like Nintendo, it's short on story for most of its games, but the mechanics are fun. It's fun to play. It's like going to an arcade, like old school gaming. It's going to be just fun mechanics. It's going to be an enjoyable interaction with the game. It's the most like fundamental, wholesome, and I don't mean wholesome like good, but just as in like in the world of gaming, it is sticking to those roots of just, hey, jump around, run around, controls that feel good, things that work out well. So I think this is going to get Brother Ridge. Brother Rich, he said, if you didn't catch it, he's 2 wins away from Legend. So this here could be the big push. He did let up on his warrior for a while, and but he's been yo-yoing today. All right, so no, it's not going to be necessarily an easy one, but that is not the worst thing to see here. And he's getting to play nice on curve, which, as Joe would say, is the key to a win. So hopefully we're going to witness Brother Ridge get one step closer to the edge, and then he's about to break. But yeah, but anyway, they're doing retro, and I was like, that's why I just buy old games and Nintendo games, because nice, Brother Ridge. Hey, you know what? When you've been yo-yoing, you take any win you can get. No one wants a piece. Oh, Bro Ridge. Nah, not today. Today, he becomes legendary. All right, I should say that after he does it, because it really sounds like I'm calling a shot that you never know what the game's gonna do. Okay, so anyway, all right, so Honey Badger, I smell a hot take. Here we go. Okay, saying that you don't dislike the taste of pineapple but don't believe that it belongs on pizza is like saying you like Ferraris or any sports car but they don't belong on the road. No. That's a broad application. A broad application of what I'm saying, because we're talking about taste. Because here's the thing. I like bicycles. They don't belong on the road. So a Ferrari is a car, and there would be no reason for it to not belong on the road, because it is a car. It is made for being on the road. Pineapple is not made to go on pizza. There's no inherent link between pineapple, partially because it's grown and not like actually manufactured. There's the difference. There's intent behind it. So you might have a metaphor somewhere that you can find there, but it can't be that one, because cars are manufactured to go on a road. Pineapple cannot be argued. I guarantee you, when we get to heaven, sir, God is he's gonna shake his head and go, "Oh, Honey Badger, I did not create pineapple to go on pizza. I did not create it for that purpose. I appreciate your creativity. I appreciate you trying to redeem my creation, but pineapple was meant to be eaten by itself with other fruits, but it was not meant to go on pizza." And you'll have to repent and turn away, and you know, that won't keep you out of heaven. Oh, crap. Good luck. We're all counting on you. All right, so that Baldric, you get that reference, right? I just want to say good luck. We're all counting on you. You've got to get that one. A lot of you should get that one, especially if you're about my age. All right, here we go. We are going to witness Brother Ridge getting into Legendary. I mean, I am not thrilled to see it up against Telvanni. Oh, I feel bad. I have a bad feeling about this. Come on now. Come on now. Shadowfen? Keep the drain off? Or are you going to save that for... Oh boy, this is tense, and it's against a legend player. Okay, does. Oh, come on, Brother Ridge. Okay. See, and this is something I don't get. And I know you can chime in as well, but like, I mean, I guess if you got the ring and you control, and your opponent doesn't have a beefy board at the moment, and they get a prophecy. I mean, this wouldn't be a gateway game if you're not getting a first room prophecy. I mean, Triumphant Jarl is great here. And another Triumphant Jarl. Okay, so Brother Ridge is getting gas for a late game, which is important because he's not going to be able to close this out in the next turn or two. But okay. All right, luckily that was all of his turn. Is he going to give him... probably not going to give him one, but... Luckily, Brother Ridge has that... he's able to punish. Triumphant Jarl is like the perfect anti-controlled card. Kind of similar with Moose. Oh, okay, he's not going for the draw there, all right. Interesting. The Nords must take back. Okay. because it punishes for not hitting face, and especially as a control. Oh yikes! Circle initiate. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Hopefully he cannot. Oh, that's a really crap pull from there. Again, this is feeling. My palms are getting sweaty. And Cruel Fire Bloom. Oh, he's just going to crush the Black Hand to get more drain. No? Okay. Oh, crap. That's not good. That's 4 points of drain every single time he plays an action. Nice. All right. I mean, if he does win, Brother Ridge is going to have certainly earned this. This is a tough. This is a tough one. See, with that drain on the board though, that's I'd crank out get that Jarl out of my hand just because you don't want Telvanni to say, hey, you know what, we've got a bigger board, which he doesn't at the moment. But you don't want him to come out of nowhere and suddenly your Jarl isn't going to trigger. He's going to need those cards, and there is. See? Yeah. All right, hey, that's the first Telvanni Catspaw I've seen that just died a regular death and was not able to abuse the Cruel Fire Bloom or Altar. Oh, jeez, more draw. Gosh darn it. See, that's the problem. And the Altar is the ultimate punishment for an aggro deck that doesn't get off to a fast enough start. See, they're already tied now. That Triumphant Jarl, he's going to have to do damage. He's going to have to get some damage into face, or that Triumphant Jarl is going to be a big whiff today, or on this turn. All right, he is going to get to hit with the 6/3, which is good. Might Cradle Crush though. Yeah, that's a smart play. Darn you, Camel. Darn you to Camel pastures. I don't know. But yeah, I like bikes, Honey Badger, but I don't think they belong on the road. I think the world would be a better place with more pineapple pizza. Big Hein, you know what? We invited you here. We welcomed you with open arms. We embraced. Oh, see? Now Triumphant Jarl's offline. Oh, suck it. Oh, there we go. Oh, dang it. Dang it. That Cradle Crush would have been amazing in that Shadow Lane. It's going to be pretty good here, though. All right. I mean, it's really coming down to it here. But yeah, Big Hound. I mean, you know, you can't come in with takes like that. That's how you make enemies. It was a Viper. Oh, it can't be a Viper. That wouldn't make any sense. All right, yeah, just for more card draw. Ooh, Brother Ridge. I mean, he's got to hit. He's got to hit with both the 6 and the 5. Has he got a Cruel Fire Bloom? He's gonna have Cruel Fire Bloom, isn't he? Oh, suck. Oh no. Oh no. That's lethal on the board right there. Oh, that is not what he needed. Dang it. That's 10. All right, so Withered Hand will be good. I think he's going to play everything but the Jarl. Okay, so that's, in theory, 11, 15, 18. Never mind.
Nothing will stop my ride.
Oh, no. I was about to conscription. And then it's going to be it. Okay, well, that's a nice whiff there. Man. Ah, Brother Ridge, I'm sorry, my friend.
Will not suffer your presence.
It has been an engaging.
Yeah.
It has been my honor.
And Brother Ridge being a good sport about it. Even then. So yeah, I'm not saying it was a determining factor, but yeah, you just never know against the control decks when they're going to turn on you, and that Jarl isn't going to. I mean, I think it was going to go that way anyway. It's a gateway game. It's a gateway game. It's got a. Ah, man. All right. I mean, and that's the other thing, Honey Badger. I'm just reading a little bit. The Quayan in an event. Let's go. And that's the thing. Like, it's even if your game isn't like full of absolute garbage characters and plot and whatever, they are buggy. It's like, oh, we're gonna put out some janky nonsense and just patch the crap out of it for the next 16 months and make it decent. Like, get back to the cart games, where you I don't have a cart here, but the carts are thing where it's like you buy the game is there, it was completed, it was tested, it's there. Shouldn't have done priest on turn 4, altar draw. Wait a minute. Should have jumped priest on turn 4, altar dropped right after, and I couldn't gain ground. Yeah. It's hard to leave drain on the board against a control deck, though. Tough spot. Thanks for watching. I got to get ready for date night. Oh, hey, all right. Nice. Well. Oh, no. Now the game is screwing me over. Ah, let me finish my sentence. Damn you. Nice. Enjoy your evening out. Yeah, I didn't land another one for Belly G. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, that was another thing. Brother Ridge needed some of his. I forgot about Belly G, but yeah, if he had been able to draw any late game at all, might have had a better chance. But he just kept drawing, freaking the early game, and they're just you're not gonna pull that off. Zen Sky, let's go. The world would be a better place with Big Hein says it'd be a better place with more pineapple pizza. But Io, being more sensible, says, or just more pizza. That's how you compromise. You say, we want more of a good thing. We don't all agree that pineapple on pizza is a good thing. Therefore, ergo, vis-a-vis, we just want more pizza. Let's see. Papa John's New York style pizza is actually decent. It may very well be. It's been a while since I got Papa John. I know I've only had. I think the last time I had it was their normal thing, and I think it depends on the franchise. I mean, they're all supposed to be at a certain standard, but I don't think they do. Like you, I mean, same thing. I mean, KFC, any place you go, any fast food joint or anything, you can get really good service, really good food, or you can get because they use the same process, but different workers. Either give it more attention or less attention, or adhere to the procedure, and some don't. So there's fluctuation there. So I may have just had a bad Papa John's area, but I have not tried their New York style. That does sound pretty darn good. The same thing with Little Caesars. Little Caesar, I think their normal pizza is okay, but I really like their deep dish. So it's very possible Papa John's has developed a good New York style that is actually better than their OG pizza.
Khajiit will keep you safe.
Thank you, Denise. You got to call it out. You got to call it the troublemakers, the hooligans. Denise said, yeah, Big Hein is definitely being mischievous with that pizza remark. And Denise is about as impartial as you can get when it comes to these sorts of things, but you got to call it like you see it. That's stoking the fires of controversy. Many games are buggy, such as it is. Yeah, but that's a problem. That's a problem because, we're not yet. And this is the crux of the matter. Without getting too much into detail, these companies are doing these things for the new generation. They're trying to set the standard low. They're trying to say, hey, this is what you should expect from a game. These are the quality. These are virtues and values that you should appreciate. These are things that you should appreciate about the games. Because if they can brainwash the next generation, because my generation, we're never going to look at a buggy game and go, that is what it is. We're going to go, no, back in my day, yeah, we the graphics weren't as fancy. We didn't have all this other kind of stuff, but our games came out and they were pretty much good to go right out of the gate. You had your development time. You waited, however long for this game to finally come out. But when it finally came out, it was donezo. You plugged it, you played it, you had a good time with it. You didn't have to sign up to services. You didn't have to have their special little, login thingy bloopers. You didn't have to worry about having to buy anything in game. The only thing you had to concern yourself with was maybe you were going to have to look into getting like a player's guide or something if the game was like super challenging or really involved, or just find friends that are really good. That was like your biggest concern. So like my generation is never going to just be like, okay, buggy games are awesome, but the next generation's coming up. If they can just be like, that's just how things are. It's like, no, that's how it's done. If you run a crappy studio, like if your policy, if the way you do things does not put out, if you have a game that drops on release date and it's buggy, and that's your standard operating procedure, that's how you do business, it's bad. Like there is no other business that I can think of like Carmen. I mean, just think of anything else that you buy that you don't expect it to be worth a damn when you first get it. Like it's going to need some work. It's going to need some upgrades. It's not like, well, your car comes with 3 tires. We'll get you the 4th one in about 2 or 3 weeks with the next upgrade. I mean, that's not how things work. And the fact that we are getting used to it being that way is not good. But I mean, so you're not wrong, Io. It is endemic. It is definitely a thing. But I'm happy to see that more and more gamers are going, screw this noise. I'm just going to go play retro, because you know what? Until you guys get your crap together and you start making quality, entertaining games that are fun for folks and that are good right off the jump, who needs you? Oh, and it's Ubisoft? Okay, well, that's not good either. I mean, the name says it all, right? Ubisoft. Ubisoft released a patch to fix it, but it makes everyone, even those who paid $110 for early access, they have to start all over. Wow. That's just dumb. That's why I wait for sales. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. That said, I think that's an anomaly. Oh crap. Who did we just watch? I just said, hey, was it Zensky? Was it you? Dag nabbit. I forget. All right, Levkai. Don't be a kitsch player. It was Zensky. Was it you, Zensky? You smile. GG then. If it was you, I could have sworn, because I was like, Zensky, let's go. I said that, but I remember saying that another time and I couldn't open the game, so I don't know. It was Zensky. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Honey Badger. And Zensky. And I'm guessing I will see Zensky in the chat here momentarily. Well, not momentarily. Eventually, as I get down there. Honey Badger says, the Spiffing Brit had a Skyrim playthrough where he got... Oh, I thought he was making allusion to Denise. It's like, Spiffing Brit, are we sure that's a compliment? The Spiffing Brit had a Skyrim playthrough where he got a hold of first edition Skyrim without any patches, and boy, was that buggy. I mean, that is a fair point. Maybe that's what kicked this off, folks. Maybe that's what kicked off this whole modern era of gaming, was Skyrim, despite it being a buggy mess, became so... but I mean, that's because of the modding community. And then they try to bite the hands that feeds them, like, oh, we want to make it harder for people to mod. We want to charge people. It's like, you want to hire the modders to mod your game, go for it. But if they're just doing it in their own time, screw you. They're making your game playable. But maybe that's what it was, because Skyrim did very well. It's still doing very well. It still sells, like, every time they release a new version of it, it sells very well. So it's a very popular, well-received game that is buggy as heck. But I think Starfield, same studio, games like that are showing, okay, we're not as forgiving. The Emperor is not as forgiving as I am. I didn't realize I had lethal. Lethal until after I killed the giant. Hey, happens to me all the time, Zensky. Happens all the time. Either that or I have it in my head that my opponent's going to remove a certain card or one of two cards, and so I'm going to have to do X, Y, and Z to get lethal. I'm like, oh, then I'm going to have to use my axe and my this and my that. But then my opponent doesn't actually remove anything, and so I have lethal on the board, and I still equip a sword. I'm like, oh, crap, I didn't need to do that because my opponent didn't do what I fully expected him to do. And really, at that point, it's my opponent's fault for not doing what I expected. Well, it wasn't legal either. Okay. Ugnip, yeah, I would have conceded ages ago. Yeah, yep. Concession efficiency. Antoine, I will give you a nice tip talking about pizza. Here we go. It will be a white pizza without tomato. Yep. Yeah, I think they call it California pizza over here. Like if it's like just cheese and there's no I don't remember exactly what it's there, but I know there is something called a California pizza, and it's a white based version. Denise, I always ladder to 4. I took a break from going for Legend for about 6 months. Wow, I did not realize it was that long that you weren't pushing for Legend. But I think I do remember that. We were just like, I just want to get to 4, and there were some months where you were. It was a trial just getting to 4. I mean, I've been there, even when you're coming from 5 sometimes. I think the Quain is embarrassed for his opponent. Like, it's hard not to get a contact embarrassed. Like, when you see that deck, you're like, oh, I'm so sorry. I mean, but it's your own free will. It's own free will. And hey, here's another thing, Honey Badger. Invade was made for Tessel. I don't play it. I don't think it should be played. Not because it's not good, not because you don't win, but because I just don't think it should be played. Same exact thing. Oh, my parallels are unparalleled. I might be... no, I don't... What did I eat today? Tuna fish casserole. Is that all I had? Some ice cream. Yeah, I haven't eaten much all day. Okay. Anyway, just factoring in the possible effects of a brew. A brew. I'm not going to ask if anybody gets that reference because it was butchered. Anyway. Well, this Spiffing Brit is hilarious. How does he find all this stuff? I don't think I've seen Spiffing Brit, but I think somebody has mentioned them before. It might have been Denise, but somebody else did as well. And I need to check out Spiffing Brit. Listening to the pizza tip intently. Exactly, Big Hind. No, Antoine, here we go. Oh, there's the tip. Spiffing Brit is hilarious. His comical jabs at Bethesda and Todd Howard are phenomenal. All caps. So double mozzarella. So here we go. So this is the tip from Antoine. Remember, folks, this is a man from Italy. He knows what he's talking about. Double mozzarella, seasoned cheese, organic.
I will know better.
All right. Antoine is a crazy person. He says he's from Italy, but we're pretty sure he's actually from Alaska. Not that people from Alaska are crazy. That was the first place I thought of. Anyway, so here's the tip. Double mozzarella, seasoned cheese, organic pear, and toasted mixed nuts, plus caramelized onions.
An engaging hunt.
On a pizza. On a white pizza. No tomatoes. Well. See, you got the same problem. You're throwing pears on there. Pears and pineapples, they're the same. Do we put apples on pizza? Are we going to do that now? Are we going to say it's okay to put orange slices on pizza? Let's leave the fruit off the pie. And I know tomatoes are technically a fruit, but we all know they're not. They're masquerading as fruits. They're doggone vegetables. Life just don't make no sense. I'll stand by that. Speaking of which, my butt's getting a little sore. You needed to know that. It was important that I told you that my butt is getting sore. Honey Badger mourns for me. Poor Schward. The stream is mere 50 minutes old and he's already behind. Yes, I'm getting better at getting behind. I'm trying to make sure that I am as behind as often as possible, and I'm succeeding. Baldric, I have that first Ed Skyrim, but I think I played it with unofficial patch. Yeah, I wonder how long was it before the unofficial patch came out, I wonder. Antoine says, believe me, this combo is rare, even in Italy. Well, of course, because folks in Italy have discerning taste.
Haven't you ever met a lich before?
But it's great. We just need another word for it, that's all. We just don't call it pizza. We call it fruity stuff on bread. That's what we call it. So again, words are very important, folks. Fruity stuff on bread is what we call pineapple or pears, or again, grapefruits. Hey, yeah, let's throw grapefruit on pizza, right? That's fine. Let's just throw everything on pizza and say it's all good because it's technically still pizza. All right. Big Hind says, sounds like the thing the French do, only in delicious. Ugnip. Okay, so Ugnip is referring to that the gratuitous Marak. If there is Marak, we always need to see it. Yes. Yes. We must see Marak. He's a bit of a spotlight hog there. Honey Badger, I got the unofficial patch for my Xbox. Hated it. It nerfed my beloved Daedric artifact, Ebony Blade. Made it swing like a great sword when it's supposed to be fast. Like a one-handed sword. No kidding. Wow. I wonder why the unofficial patch... I thought the unofficial patch just did like stuff so that you could actually play the game without bugs. It's weird that they would make like a quality of life choice. Or, I mean, that's not quality of life, but like, you know, like a more subjective thing. It's like, hey, we don't want the game to crash every time you walk into this particular den, so let's patch it. But saying, like, that makes sense. You want the game to function. But saying, hey, this sword needs to... you know, the physics in the sword need to be different. That seems a little more subjective. Like, you know, devs probably didn't want you doing that. And there's Tiago. I knew he was going to be there in chat. I knew it. I hear eating one's words and one's foot is good for a healthy gut biome. Well, I don't know that I've ever heard the word biome used before, but I'm going to agree, IL. The problem is you only got 2 feet, so you gotta eat them at strategic times. Otherwise, you know, you're sitting there going, "Oh, I really could put my foot in my mouth right now, but I've already done that twice, and I've got no feet left." Sorry, plosives in the microphone. I don't know how people do. Well, because most of the time they're looking straight ahead. I really, honestly, I should have either the microphone over here, which I don't want to do, or I should have the main monitor over on this side. Yeah. Because then it actually looks like I'm facing the game, right? Yeah. This actually looks like I'm facing the game. I don't know why I didn't... Oh, because I was too lazy. I didn't want to move the monitor over. Because this is the better monitor over on this side. And I didn't want to have to detach it and move it onto the other side. If you guys can see, I might send you a picture of what the setup looks like now. There are like 1,000 wires all over the place. And they all have to be done in a certain way so that the desk can raise and lower without everything getting caught up and everything. And it is an absolute mess. It took me several days to get it all sorted out. So I'm very leery about switching monitors, but really all we're talking about is moving 2 power cables around. So I might do that. I think it'll be better over here. And that way I'm either talking here or I'm talking here. I don't have to worry about blowing into the microphone. Right now I kind of have to worry about that because it's right there. So anyway, food for thought. Glad I discussed that with you all. But hey, you know what? We had to sit through a Marak appearance. I could have said all of that in the time it took for us to watch Marak. So we got a win there. And was it Io? Was that you? Was it you, Io? I think it was you, right? GG, my friend. Oh, I'm such a turd. I was honestly debating whether I was going to do, like, I got 2 hours of sleep last night. Would have slept longer, but I scheduled that motorcycle appointment. It's an hour away. I had to be there at 9:30 right when they open. I didn't have to be, but I told them I would be there. And I wanted to make sure I got in line because they have like an 18 to 19 day waiting list for major repairs. So if you want to get it in early and just like a brake flush, which is what I needed, you had to get there early. But I literally, an hour and a half is how much I slept for before I had to get up, ride the motorcycle, do the things. It took about an hour for it to get done, rode it back, and I took about an hour nap. But I was like, you know what? But honestly, I think I've been more or less, on the whole, more coherent than I have been on most of these. So go figure. Maybe I sleep too darn much. I don't know. Oh, geez. All right.
Step and strike. Good. You're getting there.
Does anyone want to know their Skyblivion will touch the gameplay, especially the leveling system? Skyblivion. Io, hopefully you feel more rested for D&D tomorrow. That is my hope, Io. That is my hope. I mean, the good news is we started, if I remember correctly, we started at 11 o'clock my time, 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, I think, 11 o'clock my time. So even if I don't get to bed until, midnight, I can still get 7 hours and still do the things. I need to do the things, the triggers. Sorry, yeah, I'm just, like I said, everything, like, before I can really apply, because you apply for a job, if you get an interview, they, or before you can get a job, they're going to ask for, like, you have to have, in-state ID and all that kind of stuff. Like, so I can't really, I mean, I can do a job search, but I can't necessarily be super aggressive with it until I have at least my in-state to say, hey, I can work here. I'm allowed to work here. Here's my, stuff for my W-2s and all that kind of, or W-4s. But it's a snowball thing. I can't get the license without registration. I can't get the registration without the thingy blooper. We've been over this anyway. I don't need to, but it's like, so I'm trying to get like the mad dash to get everything done so that I can move on with my life and just get this nonsense over with. And so yeah, I don't know much about Skyblivion. I'm just excited to play it. It's an expansion for Skyrim? Is that, or is it like Oblivion done in Skyrim? If it's like, well, I mean, I do have it. I think I've got Skyrim. I've got Skyrim for the PC on Steam. So I guess in theory I could, but I know like with Xbox that like there are expansions or there are, like there's a whole world or like a whole other area of the map that you can, it's a mod, but that takes up all the memory. Like you only have like, I don't know, 200 gigabytes or something to work with. And so you can only, have so many mods on like an Xbox or something before it just goes, you can't load anymore. And anything that fundamentally like adds something big to the gameplay is usually a pretty chunky add-on. So I'm guessing 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yep. Oh, okay. So 10 o'clock my time. All right. So not quite as much time, but should still be enough. Baldric. I once tried pizza with pears as a kid. I have blocked the memory of that taste, and it was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle box pizza. I was hoping to try it. Oh my gosh. That is a travesty. Like you'd think Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles like would be, it's a commercialized thing. So you'd think it would only be for like your mainstream normal pizza, not some fruity concoction thing. Yeah, I mean, I would think a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle pizza box would just be like pepperoni. I mean, I know the box is just the box, but it's like, I guess it was advertising, but it's like, if I was the pizza place and somebody ordered a pear pizza, I would not put it in a Teenage Mutant. I would put it in a trash bag. Technically, they can still eat it, but it lets them know what I think of it, so they don't have any reason to complain. I just remember it was the most horrendous pizza I have ever ate until that point. Yeah, Baldric, you and I, maybe it's just the age thing. You know what? Maybe we're just, I mean, I hate to say it, but experience. I mean, a lot of you folks are just, you're young rapscallions. I'm going to use that word a lot tonight. You're young rapscallions, and you just don't know what you don't know. But Baldric and I, we've been around. We've seen things and ate things, and we've developed good taste. Once Skyblivion comes out, I'm tempted to get a good enough PC that allows me to play it. Okay, there we go. I guess that is the answer. Yeah, you just need to play it on a PC. Pizza with pears? That's like coffee with sour cream. Hey, okay, okay, so for all of Vincenzo's rants and diatribes against sour cream, I would, which I think everything he says it doesn't belong on, I pretty much think it tastes just fine being included. But I would say that sour cream and coffee sounds absolutely atrocious. Okay. We were going to weigh in with Quayin, but unfortunately, he ain't playing. Hey! I didn't even know that. We were going to weigh in with Quayin, but he wasn't playing. Poet and didn't know it. Yeah, I think I'm just going to get an hour and a half of sleep every Thursday night. Seems to be doing well for me here. In my own mind, anyway. At least I crushed my next invade opponent. Oh, that's good, Ugnip. Thank you. We've unfortunately the only 2 invade games we've seen so far. Invade has come out ahead, and that makes everybody's day just a little less special. Antoine says yes, absolutely great high cuisine. The combo pears and seasoned cheese is amazing. See, that's the thing though. The pears and cheese, 100% I'm behind. I think I get that. I think I've had that. In fact, it's the pizza part. Anyway. Big Hind, hey Schward, you need more pineapple pizza in your life. It's a secret source of happiness. Or happiest. I'm actually quite happy. Big Hind, quite happy. And one could argue it's because I have had very little interaction with pineapple on pizza. Who's to say, really, if a dearth or an abundance of pineapple on pizza is actually the secret to truly being happy? I think it's just knowing what you want, knowing what you like and knowing what you don't like, and stop listening to people. Oh, you got to be open-minded. There's a saying, I didn't come up with it. People are so open-minded their brains fall out. It's you got to know what you like and stick to it. And here's the funny thing, folks. And I know this kind of treads on something, but it's just a genuine. It's a statement. I'm wanting to examine definitions of words, because a lot of words are getting used now that I think that the definitions are getting very lost, and it's to our detriment as a society, and as people trying to be able to convey certain things. Like, there are certain words that should automatically evoke a certain reaction because of what they mean, but because they're so dumbed down, because they're applied in such a wanton and generalized way that it could really mean anything. And so you hear it and you go, okay, 20 years ago, I would say that would be a really bad thing to hear, or really bad thing to say about somebody. But I've also seen that people who, I've seen that word used to describe people that just say something you don't like. So, but like the word bigot's a big deal. It's the most, it's all the rave to say bigot now. But unless I'm mistaken, when I look at the definition of bigot, it's essentially saying like somebody who's closed-minded to other ways of thinking. Obviously, it has certain specific, like it can get to like a prejudice or things, but it's essentially saying you're not open-minded is a bigot. It's like you're holding on to, your own values, or unwilling to see other people's perspectives or what have you. Like, that's the actual definition. Well, here, I'll pull it up real quick because you hear it so much and you think it means something. A person who is obstinately or intolerantly devoted to his or her own opinions and prejudices, especially one who regards or treats other members of a group with hatred and intolerance. I mean, which is weird, because intolerantly devoted to his or her own opinion and prejudices, that doesn't inherently mean opinion about a race of people. So I like that especially part seems like it's tacked on, because it's like as an encompassing, okay, now that includes, but I mean, hatred and intolerance, that is pretty much racism or what have you. I don't think we need to have that much overlap, but intolerantly devoted to his or her own opinions, that would mean essentially that according to a flat earther, we, people who believe that the world is round, we are bigots because we are obstinately devoted to our own opinion and prejudice. So our opinion about, or our prejudice about the world being round to a flat earther would seem like bigotry, because we're not tolerant. I mean, tolerance is another word that gets misused a lot. And the only difference is we're not going, hey, you can't be a flat earther. Going, okay, but you believe what you want to believe. I don't care. But bigot is it's just used way too often. Always up my sleeve. I can't argue with that. I think IO does, in fact, have aces up his sleeve. But yeah, it's just, so, I mean, I want to do a deeper dive into that, but I mean, that's honestly when I looked that up, that was just like an AI thing I think they gave me. That's the first time I've seen something that would be also defined as racism included in with bigotry. So I think it's just a word that has gotten so abused. And honestly, based on the definition of it, I don't know. I mean, like there are times where bigotry would be inherently bad, or we would see it socially as bad. But by its own definition, there are times where it's like, it's just a belief I hold. If I don't agree with your belief, I'm a bigot. And so if that's the case, if it just means that I don't agree with you, or that I hold on to what my values are, I hold on to what my views are and what my opinions are, my way of life, and I look at your way of life and go, nope, I don't like that way of life. I'm going to keep living my life. By that definition, I would be a bigot. And so therefore, really, when the word is thrown around, how is supposed to be a bad word, but I just don't know how that's the case when it really just kind of as a catch-all for, hey, you're not open-minded and you don't think everybody is awesome. Really. I'm like, okay. I mean, yeah. So anyway, but that was the first one because you hear a word a lot. Same thing with grifter. People use the word grifter a lot, and literally just means somebody they don't like or somebody they think is doing something for, reason, like they're just trying to get views or trying to get likes or whatever. That's called sales. There's many, many different names for it. Grifting is deceit, and it's a racket. It's like you are presenting something as one thing, and it's actually something else. If you're going, hey, I'm in business to make videos, I'm going to try to make videos that appeal to the biggest audience, that's not a grifter. Like you're not usurping anything. You're not offering one thing and giving them something else. You're saying, hey, I'm going to give you the content that you want because that's what everybody's looking for. It's not a grift. Grift doesn't mean doing things that are popular or doing things to get what you want. Grifting is an underhanded. It's like I said, it's deceit, it's trickery. With a specific purpose. So like, if you're running a grift, you're trying to take advantage of somebody. You're trying to take their, you're offering them a class on. Okay, so like self-help. Hey, buy my book on how to become a millionaire in 2 days. That's kind of a grift because you're getting money. Ironically enough, people are paying you money. They're parting with their money, ostensibly to buy something that teaches them about making money, which in and of itself isn't horrible, but it's nice premium G-Ube. But it is typically, not all the time, but it is typically a grift. It's like the book is not going to unlock the mysteries of it. If it was, people would have already known it. Like there's not going to be a book. Now there may be a book that you read and go, hey, there's a concept that I never really thought of in this particular way, and it helps you get where you want to be. I'm not saying they can't be helpful, but typically those are grifts. They're schemes, like pyramid schemes and things. They're kind of similar, but grift is another word that gets used a lot. And so I harbor some small resentment towards the overusage of certain words just because they're popular or they're easily to come off the tongue of the mind. But when you actually have to define them, you just like if somebody were to define a grifter, I'd say, okay, then why did you say this person was a grifter? Why did you say this person was a grifter? It doesn't actually work. It's like, well, no harm, no foul. It is if I'm trying to convince you that somebody's trying to bilk you out of money, and I'm like, you got to watch out for this guy. He's a grifter. But socially, our definition of grifter just means somebody who's, pandering to an audience. Pandering is not grifting. It is not a grift. So it's like something that should reflex. The same thing, again, I think bigot's just one of those words that just never really had the oomph that people think it should have. Depending on your perspective, it's like, I'm allowed to have an opinion that doesn't change just because it doesn't agree with your opinion. Like that's not the definition of being open-minded is I'm willing to consider other things, but I may consider it and go, yeah, I see what you're saying. Don't agree with it. And that's okay. But then in that particular way, I'm not open-minded anymore, right? And is that okay? Am I now a bigot because I was open-minded enough to consider it and to give it some true thought, but then I compared it with my values and my particular perspective, and it didn't align. So I say, nope, I don't agree with that. I'm not going to live my life in that way. I'm not going to align myself with that. Am I now a bigot just because I'm adhering to my own principles and standards and rejecting somebody else's? Anyway, let's get back to chat. This is because I'm gonna try just because of the sleep factor. I'm gonna try to keep it at 4 hours today. I mean, if it goes over, it goes over. I'm not gonna try to adhere to it. But here we go. Let's do this. Does cheese kill the taste of pears? Because if so, I might try it. Well, Baldrick, hang on a second. You said you had the pizza with pears on it. Didn't the pizza with pears have cheese on it already? So, unless you're saying the mozzarella, because I don't think all pizza has mozzarella on it. It's usually like, well, it's not cheddar. What is the typical cheese on pizza? Is it mozzarella? I think it is. Well, here's a crazy thing, folks. If you didn't know this, real cheese. Have you ever seen that brand, Real Cheese? True thought, huh? Sometimes I think and then I forget. Wait a minute, what? True thought, eh? Sometimes I think and then I forget. True thought. I do both as well. I think and then forget. I don't think I forget and then think. No, that's pretty much impossible. To forget is human. To err divine. Is that the right phrase? It is. It is. I'm going with it. I'm rolling with it. I'm bigoted in that way. I will not accept any other interpretation of that line. Such a gosh darn bigot I am. But real cheese is actually ironically not real cheese. That's not conspiracy. Like, so if you see the brand, it's got it's like a blue and white logo and it says real. It's literally like Volkswagen. It is a brand of cheese. It's not actually saying this is certified real cheese. It's actually very brilliant marketing. But if it's made with real cheese and that logo is there, all it means is it's made with this brand of cheese, which could be made of cow dung. It does. I mean, I don't think it is, but it's also not necessarily meaning, hey, made from, cured milk or whatever cheese is actually made of. It's not saying that at all. It's literally just a brand. So, of course, they don't tell you that because they want you to think it's real cheese. It's brilliant. It's like saying, this is an awesome car. Literally, the brand of the car is awesome. Hey, don't take my idea. That's my marketing idea. I'm going to come with a brand of car called Awesome. Say, hey, that's my awesome car. That is an awesome car. This is an awesome car. You see my brilliant mind here. Honey Badger says, my dad and brothers, now really for context, remember, well, actually, never mind. My dad and brothers like pears with cottage cheese. Yes, I do too. Yes, cottage cheese, but cottage cheese. Anyway, let me finish your statement. With cottage cheese, as well as cottage cheese with pineapple chunks. Yes, absolutely. As well as cottage cheese and applesauce. Okay, that to me is a bit weird. And sometimes shredded cheddar cheese on applesauce. Okay, you lost me there. Wait, you don't use cow dung in cheese? Well, I know there's something to be said for, okay, no, there's really no way for me to go with that. No, I do not, Honey Badger, I do not. But okay, but you had me, Honey Badger, at the first chunk, the first two sentences, pears with cottage cheese with pineapple. I mean, I think those are the two big ones that I have it with as well. Peaches and cottage cheese. Cottage cheese and applesauce, the consistency alone, it's like diuretic. Like, you need the chunks. That's the thing. You need fruit with some substance. You put applesauce with cottage cheese, it's just like a big runny mess. And cheddar cheese on applesauce. That is something that someone who eats pineapple on pizza would say. That's all I'm going to say about that. And someone who likes the Hobbit trilogy. Yeah, I need to write down kitschy. I like learning new words and using them organically. Rumpin' Rufus raising a ruckus on the ladder. I put cottage cheese on my chili or beans. What? See, I'm a straight up bigot, folks. I'm just gonna say that's intolerable. People seem so normal. They seem so normal. You see them like Io. We play D&D. Check out his channel, by the way. Io, you have to remind me. It's the one, not the One Ring. It's the one. I remember it kind of. How do I forget that? Anyway, but I need to mention that. But if you guys want to watch some D&D, me, Denise, and Denise's friend Katie play a D&D game with Io as the game master, the DM, and I've understood it. Like, and he looks very normal. If you look at him, he looks very, very normal. And then he says something like that, and you go, "There's something going on up here. There's something. Maybe it's cottage cheese. I don't know. Chili or beans? God, what? You know, the word abomination. Let's look up what abomination means, because I'm thinking it applies here. Abomination definition. And let's not go with the AI again, because I think that's just a bunch of it's AI is only as good as what it's fed. And yeah, that last definition, especially of bigot, it's like, it sounds like you're trying to conflate a bunch of different concepts. A thing that causes disgust or hatred. There you go. Yes, pineapple on pizza is therefore an abomination. By that definition, it is an abomination. A feeling of hatred. The abomination. They're abomination of indulgence. Loathing. Okay, so interesting. That's a different. I actually have not. I mean, I've heard like things can be abominable. Huh. Interesting. All right. So, but anyway, a thing that causes disgust or hatred. So that would definitely qualify. Cottage cheese and chili. The one roll. There you go. That's it. So either a Lord of the Rings illusion, or if you're a sushi fan, I'm just giving you ways to remember it. The one roll. If you look up one roll, if you're into D&D, it's a small group. 3 intrepid explorers. We were a 4, but we lost one of our compadres. Not to the game, unfortunately. Well, I'd say unfortunately. Probably best that it didn't happen in real life versus losing somebody in the game, because that would just be dark. But, Sword of Gem. Let's go. But yes, the one roll. That is what you want to check on. And trust me, there is no ridiculous allusions to cottage cheese on chili in the one roll. Antoine, not at all. So he's saying that the cheese does not cover up the pear taste. Before to make a complex pizza or anything fancy, just buy your favorite cottage seasoned cheese and try it with a few slices of pears. Remember, pears more mature are better. All right, so Antoine likes more mature things. He likes, older pears. Pears, right? Yeah, pears. Yeah, we like the older pears. But see, that's the thing. To me, cottage cheese is night and day from every other cheese, really. The texture is different. It can be a little runny. I know there's other runny cheese, but like it's got like little things. It's kind of little texture-y things, and it just tastes different. It almost has like a sourish. It's good. I like cottage cheese. I haven't had it in a long time, but I like cottage cheese, but it just doesn't remind me of regular cheese. A tavern will now serve chili with a dollop of cottage cheese, and I will burn it to the ground, Io. That will be my first. I swear, if we come across a tavern, I will wreak vengeance upon it, and I will make sure that I drag my companions into the fray with me, and we will destroy, we will burn and pillage with great bigotry. The any establishment that serves it. Now we know people are tainted because of the blight that is on the land. So I will forgive them, but once our questing is done, if they are still serving that nonsense, I will have my vengeance.
Hunter. I am a redeemer. I am Jiu.
Let's see. I promise I won so far. What is that icon? It's a drum, right? Or it's a. I mean, it's a. Well, we call it a drum, but not a bongo drum, like an oil drum. So I don't know what that means as a translation. If anybody knows, Ugnip, your 4:00 p.m. post with the oil drum. What is? Or maybe is that a can? Is that like saying I can do it? Or I don't know. Like if you held up a piece of Japanese currency. Well, Japanese is it No, is it yen? What's the won? Won is that Korean? Yeah, it's Korean, I think. So if they had an emoji of a Korean dollar, and you said you had won so far, I would get that reference. I don't know what the oil drum is though. If my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike. What? If my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike. Too tired? Okay, I'm missing something here. Adventure. Where is it? If my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike. Maybe referring to the motorcycle thing? IO too tired. That's what naps are for, I guess. They are if you can fall asleep. Sometimes you're so wired, you got it so much on your brain that you can't fall asleep. But yeah, there's a cycle of life. When you're young, you hate naps. I hated naps as a kid, like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 year olds. nap time, I hated it so much because I just had energy. There was stuff I wanted to do with my life, and I would have to go to sleep. And I remember they were really hardcore. Like there were lockdown nap times, and there were not so bad nap times. The lockdowns were when I had to sleep in like the same bed or the same room as my mom. And again, I was very, very young, but it was just like, we're going to take a nap now. And it was like, it sucked because there's really no way you could not take a nap because she was very aware if I was taking a nap or not. She'd be like, get back in bed or lay back down or whatever. Then there was the general populace or the Gen Pop nap where it was just, you need to lay down in your bed and take a nap. And you could usually find ways to smuggle things in around your bed, your pillow, books. We didn't really have, Game Boy didn't come out until 90, I think, 89 or 90. So for the first 10 years of my life, and I didn't even own a Game Boy, so it wouldn't have mattered. But we had to, you had to find ways to entertain yourself when nap time was good. But anyway, hated nap time when I was a kid. And now I love it. Oh, and then I liked it again, and I think I didn't like it, and then I like it now. Yeah, I didn't like nap time, and now I do. I guess it wasn't a circle. I just didn't like that. When I had all the energy, I didn't like nap time. That kind of makes sense, right? Okay, I'm not saying anything revelatory here. This is just common sense. So any parents out there, well, no, let's face it, kids get really whiny. I know for a fact. I live with one now. Yeah, some kids just need to take a nap. But I didn't. I was different. I was special. I still am, damn it. It's like, so there's so much flavor, they cancel each other out. Oh, the flavors aren't bad, says Honey Badger. They're just both overpowering. I like the flavor of cottage cheese. I like the flavor of applesauce, pineapple chunks, etc. I just don't want them together. Wait a minute. So you're saying you don't eat pineapple and cottage cheese? It's called complementary, Honey Badger. Complementary. Pineapple and cottage cheese are complementary. They taste good together. I thought we were tracking on the same, but no, you're just saying more crazy things. I don't understand. So much flavor, they can't. It's one flavor. It's 1 in 1. It's pineapple and cottage cheese. One flavor each. Haven't you seen Ratatouille? Complimentary. Watch Ratatouille. Forget that Patton Oswalt is doing the voiceover. That guy's a turd muffin. But Ratatouille, good movie. It'll help you appreciate the finer things in life, like I do. But even in 3 stars Michelin restaurants, they often serve a selection of cheese with a selection of marmalades, jelly, jam with... Oh. Dang, Antoine. That's crazy. We had so many people. Oh, okay. You didn't finish it. Okay. I thought you were going to finish the thought, and I was like, wow. We had so many people typing at the same time that as Antoine was in the middle of a thought, like 6 people commented, but now we're talking about Dune, so... Anyway, we'll go back to it. Let's see. Oh, okay. Maybe that was it. It just ended with a preposition. I think that's a preposition. Or is it a participle? Don't dangle your participles. It might be a dangle. To is a participle, I think. Anyway, horrible at grammar. Let's look at there. I think a recent movie that was very popular, not overrated, is the new Dune. I haven't seen Dune 2 yet, but I think that movie walks that line pretty well. Popular, not overrated. Okay, let's see. But Honey Badger, I'm trying to think, because I think time has an impact, especially for a young fellow like you. Like you weren't alive when Back to the Future. I saw Back to the Future when it came out on VHS. I didn't see it in the theater, but I saw it when I was like 6 years old, 7 years old, somewhere around there. Came out on VHS. I saw it at a friend's sleepover. So I think when you have something that comes out at that time, it's kind of, in a way, it's locked. Its value, or it's whatever it's rated, is established in that time. So it's overrated, or it would consider to be overrated. But like I said, just like the original Star Wars. If somebody was born right now, let's say they're born and they're 10 years old or 7 years old in however many years, in 7 years. If they were to watch Star Wars, they may be like, oh, I've heard all the hype, but it's kind of overrated. It's an okay movie, but it's kind of, the fight scenes are kind of meh. The dog fight scene is really, really slow. It's really not, like, the effects aren't all, they're okay, but like they're nothing compared to what we have now. outside of its time, you'd say it's overrated because the people that rated it so highly rated it on a scale at the time that it came out. So on a scale of 1 to 10, Star Wars in 77 was a 20. Like compared to everything else that was out pretty much at that time, especially in sci-fi or high fantasy or whatever you want to think of it, it was something fresh. It was something new. Part of the reason it was popular is because everything else was post-apocalyptic or, Vietnam. It was, it was a lot of political crap, kind of like where we're at now. It was a big downer. Like Hollywood and movies at that time were kind of a big downer. Star Wars was like, hey, fairy tale, fantasy, hope, fun, classic adventuring, classic storytelling, hero's journey, yada, yada. It was a breath of fresh air. So when it came out, that part alone made it stand out. But then you add the visual effects for what it was back then. It was revolutionary in a lot of ways. A lot of things went on to replicate that. Don't interrupt me, woman. Sorry. I became very aware that she was singing. She's got a great voice, though. Ridiculous guitar. Ridiculously awesome. Anyway, so that's what I'm saying. So I think it's harder to compare contemporary movies because we're rating. You're saying it's not overrated right now. What if Dune becomes what Star Wars was, and 20 years from now, when the effects aren't quite as amazing and it's now taken out of context at the time that it was done, and people say, "Oh, it was overrated," and it's like, no, it was rated. Like right now, I wouldn't rate I don't think people would rate A New Hope at a 10 out of 10. When it came out, it was, and without question, I think almost objectively, you could put A New Hope at 10 out of 10. Nowadays, not so much. A lot of it, because and a lot of it's because a lot of the stuff has been done, ever since then. And let's face it, Star Wars itself was not, the story was not anything brand new. It was just the combination of different elements that came together made it what it was at that particular time in history. So it was rated by people at a time where it was in fact not overrated, where it was proportionally done, but people who didn't experience it at that time, and we're at a time now where it's no longer has it. So you'd say something is overrated. So that's why I was saying, like, something from the 80s, something from the same time that is lauded, that was acclaimed at the time that it came out, and around that time, so in society and in the industry, was rated very highly and didn't deserve to be. So I think Back to the Future was rated highly when it came out. It deserved to be, but because it, we grow in theory. I mean, some movies like Shawshank, I think Shawshank is something that is pretty much timeless, as long as you like that kind of movie. But even then, you could argue that it's overrated. You'd be like, it's a prison movie. It's a movie about a redemptive story. Like, it's not all that in a bag of chips. I think it's overrated. I could see somebody saying that Shawshank is overrated. The only difference, I think, is that Shawshank is not a product of its time. It wasn't visual effects. It wasn't what socially was going on at the time. It was a good movie that is going to be good at any point. But if you hear people like me saying, it's in my top 5 movies, you may look at it and go, I don't understand what all the hype is over. Like, it's a decent movie. It's a good movie. It's well done, but I don't know why it's like, oh, this is the most amazing thing. So I think that's where the issue comes in. So like I said, if you could say, hey, this 80s or even 90s movie that was kind of similar to Back to the Future, I also consider that to be overrated. We can kind of calibrate it, but it's Dune. It was kind of like Fury Road. Fury Road was considered, a lot of people said it was a really great movie. To me, it was overrated. When I saw it, I liked it, but I was like, people were just going, oh my gosh, this movie's amazing. Top Gun Maverick, when I saw it in the theater, I was on the hype train as well. I was like, yeah, this is awesome. I have since watched it on, in the comfort of my home. You take it out of the IMAX and you take the freshness of it. It was like, hey, here's a legacy character who's not getting crapped on. What a concept. And he's doing really well. And hey, the actual cast of supporting characters are likable. Like, hey, these are, they grow, they change, and they got cool, personalities or whatever. It's fun, but it's not like, whoa, revolutionary thing. So I don't know. I have not seen Dune yet myself. But again, I would say at this point, it would be hard for me not to see it as overrated just because I keep hearing that it's so amazing. And like Fury Road, I'll probably watch it and go, that's really good. But unless it moves me, unless there's some like emotional connection or something that like, just makes me go, whoa, like that just was a gut punch or something, which if it's anything like the book, it's not going to be, because I like the book, I like the story, but it wasn't like some profound thing. It was just a very well written story. Anyway. So again, I'm not necessarily arguing your point. I'm not saying you can't have that opinion. I think it's different. Like I said, I think you rate something when it comes out. Back to the Future doesn't have the reputation it does now because of people your age, or maybe even my age. It's the people that were the target audience when it came out. They said, this is a freaking amazing movie. And that's what I'm saying. Like Ghostbusters to me would be an example of another overrated movie. It came out at the same time. It just, it wasn't, I have watched it since and gone, okay, it's fun. It's quirky. And compared to a lot of stuff today, I think it's really entertaining. But I'm like, what was it that made it so amazing? But I'm also not somebody who thinks Bill Murray is like the funniest guy ever. I like Bill Murray well enough, but he has a certain style, a certain way of being. He's kind of that way in all of his movies. And I just don't think he's hilarious. I can appreciate his humor, but I just don't. Anyway, so that's just divulging into personal stuff. But yeah, I think that's the catch, is something is rated at one point in history and it is reevaluated later. And to say it's overrated now is to, I think, disconnect from what originally resulted in being rated before. But I beat that horse to death now. So, you want a movie from the 80s? Easy. Princess Bride. Yeah, okay. Princess Bride. Now, okay, so I'm guessing you're saying Princess Bride is not overrated? And Io says, yes, agreed. Dune is just amazing. It has its lengths. So yeah, I'll go into that. So Princess Bride, great movie from the 80s, 100% agree. And you don't think that one's overrated? So I guess the question then, Honey Badger, because like, again, and I question to understand, not to say you're wrong, but I'm just trying to understand, why isn't Princess Bride overrated? Again, it's a fun movie. It's good. It has a very high reputation. But why is that not overrated? What does it provide? What does it do? What makes it more timeless? And like I said, I'm not arguing, because there's plenty of stuff as an adult watching Back to the Future that I go, this is a little weird. This is a little convoluted. But Princess Bride, I think part of what makes it work is it's self-aware. I mean, you've got a grandpa reading this story, so you have, it's like, I think if Princess Bride was a straight up story, like there was no, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, I agree with you that it ages very well, and I don't think it is overrated, but it doesn't. That's an interesting way to think about it. I'm trying to think what it is about. I mean, obviously, gosh, I don't know, because it doesn't take us so serious. Like you have the scene. This is it. So you've got my name is Inigo Montoya. You kill my father. Prepare to die. And then so this very dramatic moment where he stands up. The music is playing. It's a swelling. That's what the movie that Princess Bride could have been, or was aiming to be. I think that would have aged it poorly if the whole movie was done that way. Because right after that, the guy stands there. He's got his sword. What is it? I can't remember his name. He's done a bunch of movies since then. Baldrick, I'm guessing, Guest. That's it. Christopher Guest. I'm guessing you've seen a lot of his stuff. Spinal Tap. Anyway, he's got the sword there. And in a regular movie that Princess Bride ostensibly is, they would have this climactic battle and he would win. Instead, he does this thing, and then he just runs off, looking very goofy and whatever. And he runs off, and he's like, and he has to run after him. He's like throwing himself at the door. He's like, he's getting away from me. And it's not like comical, but it's also not, it breaks that moment. It breaks that like fantasy trope genre type thing. And now we're laughing, and they do that in a lot of different points in there, where you have this very serious, like classic fairy tale type vibe, and then they do something goofy or something ridiculous. I mean, the Andre the Giant, it says, anybody want a peanut? Like it does a nice job of mixing the two, but it's kind of again, it's not self-deprecatory. And it's not necessarily self-aware either, but it doesn't take itself too seriously. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Maybe that's it. Sadly enough, maybe that is what it comes down to. It doesn't take itself too seriously, but it has enough poignant moments. Oh, for crying out loud! Why? Is sometimes a vowel and sometimes a consonant. Yeah, I guess that would be the thing. And I think those tend to age a little better because they are. I just forgot what word I used. They're not. They don't take themselves too seriously, I think is what I said. Anyway, because it encourages us to, we can laugh along with it. We can, if certain things don't age well, if like a certain effect doesn't age well, if you've got comedy in there, if you've got the fact that it's kind of allowing itself to be funny despite its overall premise, then we can laugh along with it, and it doesn't, because it's also not trying to be a comedy. That's another thing too. It's not like, I mean, just think of a movie that's billed as a comedy. Jokes may not age well. They may be time specific, where it's like, oh yeah, when the movie came out, the dab was all the rage, you know. But anybody who's watching it now would be like, what the crap is that? So a lot of times, I think comedy can age itself. Not always. I mean, Office Space is still really good. So there are still good comedies, but Princess Bride, I think it's a unique bird. It really is. I watched it not too long ago, and I was really going, man, I am enjoying this, but it's very peculiar as to why. But that's a good example. I would say it's a good example of a classic movie from the 80s that was rated. But you know what? Hang on a second. I think it may very well be a cult classic. Meaning it was not popular when it came out. I think. Hang on. If I'm not mistaken, which would really be an interesting thing. Let's see. Initially a modest success, grossing $30 million. Okay, it did get highly reviewed. Was not a major box office success, but it became a cult classic after its release to home video market. Okay, now granted, this is Wikipedia, so everything with a grain of salt. But I thought I remember reading that, and I was a bit surprised. But that is a key. So to your point, actually, Honey Badger, haha, gotcha moment. It can't be overrated because it wasn't highly rated when it came out. Now, the critics were going blah, 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 but that's not what makes things popular. Like, people don't go around citing what critics say about different movies. Nobody said, oh, Back to the Future is amazing because this critic says it's amazing. I mean, in fact, Rocky, you listen to some of these critics, man, there's some really hateful people out there who's like, oh, Rocky's just a big dumb animal, but he somehow charms us. And anyway, we're not going to get into that. But I think that's the point. If something is underrated when it comes out, then it can't be overrated later on, because when it came out originally, it was undervalued. And so now it is essentially appropriately valued. That's what happens with a lot of cult classics. So there is a problem with the analogy, because Back to the Future was, at the time, a huge success. It was a blockbuster. It was a big deal. It was very well received. Princess Bride was not. So they didn't start. So I guess you'd have to reference an 80s movie that was also very well received and very popular at the time of its release, and say that it is now not overrated. Apples to apples, pears to pears, and let's have cottage cheese with both. Popular, perfectly rated, the perfect movie. Exactly, but it was underrated at the time. And if anyone asks you whether you're a god, you say yes. There you go, Big Hein. That is the Ghostbuster illusion there. Dune was. Even Denise has seen Dune. Okay, I really need to see Dune. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy a Blu-ray of it, and I will watch it hopefully before the next show. I didn't know that at the time Hans Zimmer won an Oscar for Dune, but when I watched it, it's the first and only movie where I said while watching it, this had to have won an Oscar. It was so great. So you're talking about the soundtrack. Hans Zimmer is freaking amazing. If I'm not mistaken, he did. Oh, I'm probably wrong. Hans Zimmer. Did he do it? Yes, The Rock. Anybody see The Rock? Hans Zimmer also did the soundtrack for that. The dun, 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 very epic stuff. Hans Zimmer is up there. Alan Shore, I think, is the one who did Lord of the Rings. What's his face? Alf Clausen, I think, is the one who did. He did the Simpsons opening thing, but he also did Back to the Future. He's had some really good ones. The only composers that were kind of a one-off for me was the guys who did Last of the Mohicans. Love that soundtrack, but I haven't really seen anything by them after that I really was that enthralled with. Oh no. Beast of Burden is so close to being the first on-screen win against Invade. He just needs a bit more damage. And this is Burn Assassin. Canlorn Hero, that's his jam. Sorry, not sorry. Gosh darn it. That stings. That really stings. Because now we can attack probably next turn and not have to worry about a Prophecy Bolt to end the game. Alright, Beast of Burden, you need... Oof. I mean, not the worst, but to think Shane's does not have an answer for the Corner Club is... let's see. But anyway, that's to say, Hans Zimmer, he does good stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if his work. But now when I go into it, I'll be paying attention as well. Dune 2, Baldrick says Dune 2 might bring a feeling of lasting a bit too long, but it's a good movie. The pace of it is actually not bad. Okay, good deal. All right, so 1 and 2. Dune is a great movie, almost a masterpiece like Blade Runner. Now, see, that's another one to me. I'm pretty sure Blade Runner was not popular when it came out. So again, its popularity has risen. I saw it. I watched it with a friend who was like big into cinematography, and I could appreciate what he had to say about it. But I will admit, that's a movie that I just didn't. It just kind of missed me. I'm not saying it's not good. Nice. Good game, my friend, and dagnabbit if I didn't forget who it was. To be fair, it was a long game. Who are you? Who? I'm so bad with this. I think I've said 4 words about Tessel since I started. Mea culpa, Tessel. And to those watching for the Tessel, hopefully, if nothing, you're able to just tune me out and you're just watching the gameplay. That's like the best case scenario, I think. But yes, if you're Honey Badger, if you're talking about, you might be talking about Dune, but I would say if you're still talking about Princess Bride, you'd be right in that as well. And Sword of Gem goes down to High Elf Guest. Was not running Invade though, so that's good. Not good to lose, but good to not go down to that. Let's see. Beast of Burden, let Shea do your thing. Beast of Burden, you handle that burden like a beast. And win. Oh, Beast of Burden, that was who was playing before. Haha.
I smell the stench.
Not so Sherlock Holmes. That's me. Honey Badger Long, his pacing is good out of my long movies. I mean, Lord of the Rings Extended is my favorite trilogy of all time. Yeah, absolutely. And I really... Oh, wait. I missed... Hans Zimmer is the GOAT. Love the music made for Curse of the Caribbean. Pirates of the Caribbean? Curse of the Black Pearl? Maybe Big Hind, I think is what you refer to. I would not be sorry. I mean, all composers, for the most part, have... I mean, Superman theme and Star Wars main theme have a very similar feel, both done by John Williams. Hans Zimmer, you can pretty much pick his stuff out. There's a certain, it's like dun 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 dun. I'm not doubting it, but like the main theme for Pirates of the Caribbean, The Rock, and probably Dune, they all kind of have a similar vibe to them. It's like a fingerprint. It's expected. I mean, not everybody is going to be. I'm sure if we really focused in on composers, we'd be able to identify. You'd be able to, if we listen to them enough, you'd be able to go, oh yeah, that's totally Beethoven or whatever. You're not going to have too many people that go, oh wow, that's a completely different sound. That's also amazing and also is not what I'm used to. So But yeah, to be fair, like Hans Zimmer used it. He has that rousing type of thing, and it is to good effect. I think he might have even done Hunt for Red October, but as long as yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I got so sick of before Lord of the Rings came out, or maybe it was after, but it was hadn't yeah. Can't remember if it was before or after, but I got so sick of people saying, well, people just don't want to listen, watch long movies. I'm like, no, you keep making short content crap. I mean, I call it crap, but just making short content, and you're training people to have low attention spans. You're like giving you flash images. Hey, every cut is like 2 seconds or 1 second, which is not long. It's just boom, 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 boom. If we don't, ADHD everybody, then they're going to stop watching. Well, that's what you train them to do. If you were to actually say, hey, here's a sprawling epic and it's very well done and very well told, hey, people would actually have some patience for it. But there just isn't. We're not cultivating. That audience has not been cultivated, and it's fine if you don't like long movies. You don't like long movies, but I think we have more than enough movies. Braveheart was a 3-hour movie. It was like one of the first movies, or one of the only movies that I knew of that had an intermission when it came out. Braveheart was very well received. I'm like, it was a 3-hour movie, 3-hour plus, but it was a good movie. It told a great story. It's when you have a 2-hour movie and you try to make it 3 hours that it sucks. And usually that's because studios are going, well, we think this should be marketed as a longer movie. We think it would do better as a longer movie or whatever. I mean, but usually it's not organic to the story, at least by my reckoning. Let's see. But I would probably agree. I'd have to think about favorite trilogy of all time, Honey Badger. I mean, I like Lord of the Rings trilogy. I like it. Yeah. I honestly, like, I know this sounds like sacrilege. I love the artistry of Lord of the Rings probably more than I like the execution of the story. I don't agree with some of Peter Jackson's decisions. Not the ones that are nice, Ahmed. Yes. Devastating. If I'm Steph Mark, I am livid right now. It's like, man, every time I put down something that will get me back in the game, my opponent has a way to get rid of it. But it's, ooh. Oh, and there's your favorite card back right there. We're getting to see the premium. For those of you who are wondering, when you said Codwell is his favorite, premium Codwell is his favorite card back, that is what Steph Mark is playing right now. You can see it over here in the right hand corner. So yeah, pretty cool mandolins or whatever they are, flutes. Well, not flutes, but anyway. But they're like just how Jackson portrayed the ring, how Frodo and Sam, particularly Frodo, were portrayed. Like the third act really dragged for me. I didn't dislike Frodo, but I was not. I didn't enjoy the way he was portrayed as much. He was a little too. Not as much pluck as I think he had in the books. And I think that pluck, the lack of overall self-pity, is what made him sufferable. The way he was played, where he's always crying. Somehow, even though he's dehydrated, hasn't had a drink of water, he's still freaking crying his eyeballs out. So yeah, I'm not dissing it. I like it. But like I said, I think I appreciate it more for what Peter Jackson was able to do to tell this giant epic story. What Weta was able to do, the special effects, the way it all came together. I love Fellowship. I really like Two Towers. Start to struggle with Return of the King a little bit, just when it comes to the Hobbits for the most part. And Treebeard. I mean, it's a slower part of the movie in general. But overall, I would have to say, like, as an accomplishment, I think, hands down, Lord of the Rings trilogy. Yeah, and usually most trilogies have a dud in there somewhere, or a weak link. And I would say that Return of the King is the Lord of the Ring trilogy's weak link, but it's not so weak that it makes it a bad trilogy. It just, we've got like 6 hours of the hobbits hugging each other and saying goodbye. It's like, I don't need that much hobbit love. Scourging of the Shire would have gone a long way to close out that final act. But yeah, LOTR is good stuff for sure. But yeah, I mean, I like the director commentary, or the actor director commentary. I liked almost as much as the movie itself. Like just hearing them talk about the production and everything. So from a filmmaking standpoint, I think I probably appreciate it a little bit more, even so, than it's as an adaptation. Or no, as an adaptation as well. Like I said, there were just some decisions Peter Jackson made that weren't necessary. For the sake of adaptation. It was just his kind of personal take on it that I think, for me, kind of hurt the storytelling a little bit. But I mean, that's always going to be like, I don't expect it to always align. It stops me from giving it a wholehearted, yeah, this is my absolute favorite. The last VHS tapes I bought were the Lord of the Rings show. No kidding, Baldric. Oh my god, I guess that's true, because if they had Matrix was 1999, Lord of the Rings was 99 as well, or was it 2000? I think it was 2000, or maybe it was even 2001. I remember seeing it in college with one of my friends, my chums, Matt Beckins, good old Matt Beckins. Hail, Matt Beckins. We haven't talked in a long time. Life does things to people, but we had a good time watching that together. We looked forward to it together, and we were both walked out of the theater pretty darn pleased with what we saw. I just remember the worst part about watching Lord of the Rings trilogy in the theater was you knew you had to wait a year before you could see the next one. So it's like Fellowship ended, you're like, oh, I need more. I want to see more. Don't end the story here, please. Like, I remember every point, because I know they ended it, like, they don't always end it where the book did. Now, they did for the first one. The second one, Two Towers, does not end, or does not have everything that the second book has. Shelob is in the second book, not in the third one, I believe. I have to reread it. But yeah, they didn't quite break it where the books broke. So, I was like, oh, please don't stop it here. And with Fellowship, I was like, okay, good. We're still going. And then it was like, okay, now they're paddling their boats. Oh, this is where it's supposed to. No, it doesn't here. No, we're not gonna wait a year to watch the rest. But yeah, that was the only bad part. But that's a good thing. Always leave the audience wanting more. Antoine says Blade Runner is more recognized. Dune is more for a niche with nice taste. Wait a minute. Okay, so now I'm confused. Because to me, Blade Runner is niche. Like, that's another cult classic, right? If I'm not mistaken, that was very poorly received when it came out. And honestly, like I said, for me, understandably, let's see. Okay, here we go. Blade Runner. Okay, so the guy, I didn't know this, the guy who produced Blade Runner also produced Star Wars and Alien. Both of those made reasonably good ticket sales in its opening weekend. See, E.T. E.T. is an 80s movie I think is highly overrated. Highly overrated. Like, I was okay with it as a kid, but I didn't. I mean, maybe it's just the mastery of puppeteering, but I didn't quite get the appeal of E.T. I mean, it had the whimsical Spielberg vibe to it, but I didn't. I would consider that to be overrated. All right, we're not seeing. I mean, I could probably do some proper research and figure out. Maybe it was. Maybe I'm thinking of Clockwork Orange or The Shining. I know The Shining was. Heck, what's his face? Stephen King hated the movie The Shining, and it eventually. So maybe that's what I'm thinking of. It was one of those movies that I was like, I didn't quite get the appeal of, but apparently it was a big deal. But I know The Shining was not one. I thought Blade Runner stuttered a little bit. Like it's considered, a masterpiece or whatever now, but I don't remember if it was popular when it came out or not. Let's see. Baldric says, I only this year bought the extended versions on DVD. All right. Well, better late than never, sir. Better late than never. Schward, I love you like you were a sister. Well, thank you, Big Hein. I guess I'll just take that as a compliment that it is, kind of. but I don't know. Yeah, just not sure how to take that. Not sure how to take that, but I'll choose to take it as a compliment. The blocky shields from OG Dune took ages to make. Okay. So kind of a Weta thing going on there, or just like a craftsmanship going into the movies. I used to always, not always, sometimes I'd wonder, I'd see like a long shot on like a establishing shot of a building or something. And when I was younger, I was like, why are we looking at this for like 10 seconds? And then as you get older and you realize, oh, because it took like 20 people working 16-hour days for 6 weeks to make that one model. And so they're like, it needs to get all the screen time we can give it. And even then, what kills me is when you see when they build these like elaborate models just to get blown up. You're like, oh, that hurts. That hurts. I would love to have had that model hanging on, on a shelf or something. Obviously, they're hollowed out. They're not quite, they're not like the grade A model type stuff that they build for like close-ups and everything. But it's still, a lot of craftsman goes into something just to get it bloated up. Denise, I love a good movie soundtrack. Probably my favorite musical opener was music Last Mohicans. Yes! Yes! Yes, Denise. Hot diggity dog. Somebody else. Yes. The elk hunt music was great. Perdition, I think is what it's called, is my favorite. I love the fact that it is, there's one version of it that is actually when the two leads are kind of coming together romantically. So it's like, it's played like a fiddle, and it's got a romantic, it's like an aching romantic vibe to it, but they use the exact same song, but it's played with it's a full orchestra. It's not just a single fiddle. It's a fleet of violins, and the drums are boom, boom, and it's combat. It's chase scene and fight scene, and it works for both, and I love it. Just a great soundtrack. Great soundtrack. But to make it official, hi, I love your stream. Thank you, Big Hein. Okay, that that I know how to process much better. I like I just didn't know Big Sister. I'm like, do I come across as effeminate? It's fine if I do. It's who I am, but I just didn't know how that relates to. Maybe I remind you of your big sister. I don't know. But anyway, thank you for I love your stream. I appreciate that, Big Hein. That means a lot. It really does. Like I said, it's one thing to be like, you're the best thing on right now. It's another thing to be like, hey, I really actually enjoy it. And Baldric, yes, also on the Last Mohicans hype train there. And Big Hein as well. Sweet. Okay, so I'm glad. So some people haven't even seen the movie. I don't know that it was underrated. I think it was, or it's overrated now. I don't think it was underrated when it came out. I think it won awards and stuff. I think it was considered to be a very good movie. And that holds up as well. Because there really aren't a lot of effects, and it was a good story. But fun fact, the novel is really depressing. It actually reverses the soldier guy who gets shot and our lead guy. Like the novel's actually, I haven't read the whole thing, but I did, synopsis. And I was like, ooh, I would not have liked the book. That's one of the few times where I think the movie adaptation was much, much better, just from the synopsis that I read. Denise says the soundtrack is great, and the cinematography of that film is stunning too. Yes, very well shot. And the suspense. So apparently, so she wrote one at 4:11, and the other comment was 4:12. So there's a minute where you are all held in suspense. Honey Badger, sadly, I have family members that they like the Rings of Power for the cinematic experience. Oh my gosh. The important thing, Honey Badger, is that you distance yourself from that family. Those people will drag you down. Anybody, well, I know I have friends who I value their opinion, and I love them for who they are, but they defend Lord of the Rings of Power as something watchable. And I'm going to call that reverse bigotry. You are too accepting of absolute tripe. Kitsch lovers. That's the best I can say about anybody who likes Rings of Power is a kitsch lover. Yes, indeed. There you go, Cinema Junkie. Oh wait. Oh, am I just now getting to the place where? Oh, yeah, I am over 2 hours behind on chat. Oh, yeah, this is. Good night. How am I this far? Well, because I went on a bunch of tangents. Sorry, folks. I didn't realize I had this much energy. I really didn't. I do agree and think Rings of Power looks good visually, but does it though? Like, come on, guys. Like, remember the costumes? Like I said, I haven't bothered to waste my time. I don't have Amazon Prime. I'm never going to get it as long as that kind of crappy show is what they're using to make the money off of Amazon Prime with. But the costumes that they were literally using prints of, and I'm not talking prints. I'm talking about prints, Prints, prints of chainmail. Like that's their costume. So you might say that the cinematic, like the vistas, and maybe the graphics, the CG stuff, but their practical effects, the armor, all that kind of stuff, that's atrocious looking. Like god awful and cheap as crap. And you can see it. It's not like, like Weta knitting, weaving together chainmail, and you've got these turd muffins out there with a freaking buy it off Amazon print of scale mail, and that's what she's wearing underneath. And it's wrinkled. You just no. So it's visually okay if you do this. You're like, oh yeah, that didn't look too bad. Oh yeah, that's kind of hot. That's awesome. Yeah, cool. But well, it does bring some kind of cinematic experience. There you go, Baldrick. That is the politician's response. Well, it does bring some kind of cinematic experience. It was, in fact, a TV show that was made. And actors were definitely hired to be in it. And they definitely did things on screen that they got paid to do. Like, yeah. Denise, I was typing and it sent before I finished. I hear you. Happens to me all the time. Ugneb, I still think Pulp Fiction has a lot of nice soundtracks. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, I mean, now it's a little bit different. Where like movie scores versus soundtrack. But I think overall, perhaps, I mean, my personal favorite probably is still Top Gun. But I think Pulp Fiction arguably has one of the best collections of soundtracks, like as a soundtrack compilation, like of the different songs that it pulls. Very high caliber stuff. But yes, that is a very wide held, I think, belief. Rings of Power looks good, but I can't watch it. Hurts my sense of the lore. Yes, Big Hein, thank you. This just got even bigger. Now you're a bigot for saying that because you're not accepting the new stuff, but I love it anyway. In spite of the bigotry, I do love it. But yeah, it's very painful. It's very painful. I mean, yeah, just on the face of it. And the people say like, oh, they didn't have the rights to certain things. Like, there are ways that you can say, okay, here's what Tolkien wrote, and if we anchor those, or we anchor our world in those, and we want to fill in the gaps and kind of tell our own story using his beginning and end to kind of get there, you can do that. It requires a little bit of effort, a little bit of finesse, and actually knowing the source material. It can be done. People are like, oh, well, they didn't have access to these things, so they couldn't write. No, if you're going to take on the IP, if you're going to take the name Lord of the Rings, you damn well better know the stuff inside and out. You don't fire one of the foremost Tolkien scholars. I mean, the fact that we have a Tolkien scholar is an interesting concept, but like, you don't fire that person. You don't just go, you know what? We wanted to tell our own story in our own way. No, if you're using Rings of Power, Lord of the Rings, you tell the Lord of the Rings story to the best of your damn ability, which is what Peter Jackson did, which again, even though, like I said, I don't necessarily agree with all of his decisions, they were made, I think, for the good of the movie, trying to be in line with Tolkien. It's just personal preference. Every director is going to have personal preference. Sometimes you look at certain casting and go, I would have chosen somebody different, but that director chose that person. It would happen to me too. If I was directing something, there would be people who go, yeah, I liked your casting. Some people go, not so much. Hey, I liked your decision here, not so much here. You're not going to resonate with everybody. So I don't expect that to be there, but like, he tried, he wanted to, he stated in interviews that that's what his goal in doing it was to honor Tolkien and reflect his values and what he put forward in his books. Again, not anything religious or any like environmental stuff. Tolkien said he doesn't do allegory, so it wasn't any of that, but that's not the approach that I don't even have I don't have a word that is suitably, there is no word in elves, men, or ents to describe the people that are running Rings of Power, so I won't try to come up with one. But let's just say I do not highly esteem. I am perplexed at their how they got to be show running for that. Same with Disney. A lot of their I don't know what qualifies a lot of their people to actually do anything. I'm not saying you have to come from Juilliard or had to come from some directing school, UCLA or whatever. It's not about school. It's about your experience. And like showing some kind of like what was the thing somebody watched a project and said, hey, like a lot, you'll see that a lot of times. It's like, hey, they saw their work. Like now again, Mystery Men was not lauded. It wasn't hailed by a lot of people as something amazing. I think it's a lot of fun. I enjoyed it, but I can understand if people don't agree. But he got the job because they saw his work with like these kind of creative and quirky commercials. So while commercials don't necessarily say, hey, this guy's going to be able to direct a big budget or a feature length film, there was at least something you could point to. Go, okay, yeah, I see. He's got a quirky sense of humor. He's got the vision or the kind of his style kind of parallels that a little bit. So you take a chance. Some of these people, I'm like, you would be hard put to say, oh, hey, here's the thing they did that actually showed they're competent. Yeah. And I think there is a proliferation of very underwhelming talent in the entertainment industry, and it shows. It shows in the games. It shows in the shows. It shows in the movies. And at some point, though, I'm not talking political or anything. Just the creative pendulum swings. You go through the dark ages, and you have a renaissance at the end of it. We're gonna have a renaissance. People who actually can do good things, people who actually can tell good stories, will take their place once again, and is going to usher in a whole new rebirth of just like, wow, this movie's amazing. This one's amazing. Oh my gosh, my head's on a swivel. I can't. I'm just looking all over the place, seeing just cool things all over the place. It's going to happen, folks. It's coming. It has to be, because we have just been in such a hellhole, a black hole of creativeness when it comes to the institutions that we used to hold to, which is fine though, because they needed to fall. Hollywood needed to become decentralized. It's collapsing in and on itself. We needed to have actors expose themselves and know, hey, these are not people to idolize. These are not people like actors, classic actors. They were off in their Bel Air mansions. They were sequestered away from people. They did interviews in magazines and things, but you only saw them or only read what their publishers or their publicists wanted them to say. They were very measured. They were very reserved. We needed to be like, oh, these are people that are so detached from reality. Why exactly are people like quoting them? Like, I have to stop myself. I don't quote celebrities anymore. I do it like even if it's somebody I agree with. I stopped quoting them, because you can't have a double standard. You can't be like, well, I'm going to quote this celebrity because he agrees with me, and I'm not going to acknowledge, but if you quote a celebrity to me, I'm going to be like, whatever. I say, I don't care what a celebrity has to say about any doggone thing, except for perhaps what it is they do. If an actor wants to make a comment about acting, I will listen to it. If they want to make a political comment, I don't give a rat's patoot. Even if I agree with it, I give it a grain of salt, because when it comes down to that kind of thing, you're no different than I am. If your experience gives you organic and inherent insight into something that I may not have, I will listen to you. If you're just flapping your gums because it's your opinion, same thing I do here. No influencer, no nothing. If I say something, it's not because I expect people to agree with me or I want people to think the way that I do. It's literally just going, hey, here's a thought. Anyway, let's keep going here. Let's see if we can get this down here. Let's see. Bit puzzled, Denise. How puzzled how we got from Last Mohicans to Rings of Power. Yeah. Let's trace this back here. Who brought that up? I think it was Honey Badger. Doing the pot stirring. Let's see. Yep, Honey Badger. Sadly, I have family members that like the Rings of Power for the cinematic experience. We were talking about Lord of the Rings, so it is kind of there, and we were also talking about like certain things about, and I think I mentioned cinematic. Well, obviously not at this point in the conversation, but that is, there are people who will justify, and it's fine if like I can appreciate cinematography in a show or movie that I like. Like there's a show called what is it? Guardian the Great and Lonely God, I believe it is. It's a Korean drama. It's also called Goblin. Heard a lot about it for a long time and was very reluctant to actually give it a try. Kind of the overrated type thing. It's honestly one of my favorites. Tonally, cinematically, it's like one of the few things that I saw that I was like, I actually was like, whoa, I really like the cinematography here. But I like the story too. Like you can't hold my attention with a bunch of pretty pictures. Like I'll just make a desktop wallpaper out of it. You've got to have a good story with it. So people who are like, oh, I watch it for the cinematography or the special effects, I'm like, hey, that's fine for you if that's what you care about, but just don't expect me to like it, because I need more than cinematography to keep me engaged. In fact, you get something like Lawrence of Arabia that was heralded as this great cinematic masterpiece, and it's the most boring. Like, I don't even think I made it through the whole thing. I'm just like, how many times do I have to look up at a freaking sand dune? Like, it's a moving picture of a sand dune. I don't care. Do something.
By the egg.
Let's see.
Well played. It has been my honor.
Nice job, Galaboo. Give Galaboo a GG there. Oh, hang on a second. I will check in on Honey Batter's comment there. Galaboo. GG. A fine display. Fine display. All right, Honey Badger. One of the biggest differences between Peter Jackson and the showrunners for Rings of Power was that Jackson didn't want to interject his own messages in Lord of the Rings. Yes, the showrunners for Rings of Power said they wanted a show to portray the diverse world we live in. Two totally different views on how to adapt Tolkien's work. Exactly right. And that's a problem right off the jump. And like, this is just something that I typically don't lean into, but I don't give a rat's patootie anymore. Your focus should never be like, there is no inherent value in the diverse world we're in. Like, it inherently does not make something good, like make something better just because you put people who look different in them, or people with different perspectives even. That's not an inherent value. There are situations where a diverse color palette or a diverse talent pool or whatever else can be a benefit. But that is case by case basis. It's not a truism of all things. And if the first thing you have to say about your show is we were focused on the diversity, you've got a problem, because your primary focus is limited to your primary. Like, you cannot have two primary focuses. You focus on one thing and everything else is secondary. If you start off going, we need to reflect a diverse modern world, you're screwed, because there is no value in portraying a diverse modern world. There is absolutely no value to that whatsoever. There is no storytelling benefit. There is absolutely nothing that you get in terms of entertainment, in terms of good, good, genuine storytelling. You get nothing of that by focusing on trying to make a diverse modern world. Bupkis. Absolutely bupkis. Entertainment is not here to validate people. It is not here to represent people. It is not here to try to make people feel like they are seen, or that they are observed, or that any particular thing they think about themselves is portrayed on a big screen. It is here to entertain people and hopefully to uplift. And if those things are worked in organically and naturally by virtue of the story, that's fine. But if you make that your point, you make that your focus, you miss the story, you miss the characters, and they suffer as a direct extension of your poor, misplaced values and priorities. Let's see, anybody else playing? Well, Beowulf is practicing. Hello, Beowulf. I might see you in the chat at some point in the future. Galaboo, thank you. You are welcome. Thank you for playing. All right, we'll check out Rick Deckard again. We haven't seen him since the first casual match. I do believe this is also validates your hypothesis, Baldric, or perhaps it was just your statement that Rick Deckard was playing casual that first time. Let's see. Io says, I usually prefer video game soundtracks over film soundtracks such as Dragon Age, Skyrim, Witcher 3. Yeah. So the one thing I found though, I mean, I haven't heard all of it, but I would agree. I mean, well, and let's face facts. I mean, the composers don't really overlap, but the quality of modern game soundtracks is on par with movies. Like, it's kind of, I mean, you're I think the only difference is obviously like movies are saying, hey, here's this moment in time and here's a song that goes with it. Whereas a lot of time video games, the music that you're playing, it's like, it depends on if you initiate a battle as to what you hear. I mean, it's a very interactive soundtrack. It's got a lot of dynamic to it in terms of what you hear, when you hear it, how it plays. All right, Io, thank you very much for carrying the load. Share the load.
Entertain me.
Let's see. But yeah, I mean, I'll admit I don't necessarily listen to a lot of soundtracks in general, but they would be comparable for me. I don't know that there's because there's a lot of music I like from Skyrim. Like I love the Bannered Mare, you know, those types of things. There's a lot of but I'd say it's probably 50-50. There's some that I'm like, it's okay. No, you know, but it's the same with movies. I mean, the exception would be like, I mean, Star Wars. I mean, Yoda's theme, I love. The Ewoks theme, actually, like or hate the Ewoks, I like their theme music. Han and Leia's theme, really great. The Imperial March is great. Like, there are so many, like, very distinct and awesome bangers in the Star Wars soundtrack that it's like, I can listen to it just because it's almost every single part of it is really, really good. There's very few just kind of like, okay, this is just kind of sci-fi background music. Everything is like, it's got a very strong musical hook to it. It's very distinct. And, you know, I probably the 20 seconds of the final battle in the Emperor's Throne Room for Return of the Jedi is probably my favorite, like, condensed piece of music in terms of what it did for me and what it did for the series. And you just hear it without the scene, without the stuff going on. It does lose some of, you're like, like, but then you see it, you hear it with the effects, and you see that it just, it's what art should be. Taking peak music, peak visuals, peak, you know, sound design. You put it all together, and it just makes a very powerful moment, a very powerful bit of storytelling. Pulp Fiction soundtrack is also one of the more known ones. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, it's a very popular sentiment there. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Are you talking about cinematography or the music? I have seen it. I'll admit, I was it wasn't what I expected. I thought Clint Eastwood would just be playing like this, just badass that just went around kicking butt, and he actually got owned most of that movie. It was definitely something a little bit different than what I was expecting. But I only saw it the one time, and yeah. But it was good. It was something different. I think Skyrim is my most listened to soundtrack. I pretty much have it playing all the time. Nice. Yeah, really not. It's not bad at all. That's another one. Maybe it's not 50-50. Maybe it's 70-30 or something. Like, I remember there being some songs where I was like, But everything is pleasant to listen to. Just not all of it is like, whoa, this is awesome. Friggin' misplayed. Oh, hang on a second. Meant to play Blackhand. Oh, so it wasn't even... that's the hardest kind of misplay. Not a judgment call, but I'm going to say coordination, but... Yeah, that feels really bad. Where, like, you know what you want to do, and then you do, like, I've done it. I had it happen one time when I was doing, when I play on a tablet. It would actually happen a lot where I would, well, not a lot, but it would happen where, like, I would try to drag a card over, and my finger would slip or something, and it would drop into the wrong lane. It's like, oh no, like, I make enough stupid mistakes, like, on purpose, like, just because I make bad decisions. I don't need to also have, like, mechanical issues screwing me over.
Well, let's see if we can find something useful.
Let's see. Baldric referring to Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Morricone, I guess, is what it is. Again, I just love the font of wisdom and knowledge that Baldric has. I'm guessing that's the director or the cinematographer. Michael Bailey, hello. From 4:15. So yeah, 2 hours and 15 minutes ago. Hello, Michael Bailey. Good to see you. Okay, there we go. Big Hind is not Dano. He's a friend from my channel. Okay, Denise. Mea culpa. I mean, I did correct myself as soon as he said that he doesn't go above rank 11. I just thought I remembered from before, but Dano also is not, like, we don't see him very often. So it was kind of like, is it who? So yeah. I'm glad we got that straight though. Oh, she said I'm a friend. Exactly. Denise is one of the most friendliest people on the face of the earth. That's just a thing. If you cannot be friends with Denise, there is no trace of humanity in you. That's just kind of the rule. Although I would say a lot of you are fall in that category. I mean, obvious exceptions being, people who have different opinions than mine. Bigot! Big Hind. Well, I feel the power of levitation. Must be the red wine. Maybe. Could be. Big Hind. That usually is the culprit. Spirits are definitely intoxicating by definition. Ugnip, nah, it's how she affects people, I've heard. See, that's good. We got the love going. The British accent is magical. I was tempted to just say something in British accent, but I do not do it justice. Denise Osterschward, Big Hind was chatting to Banana Schwab on last stream. They both live relatively near. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I hope Banana's doing well. I know he's going through a rough time, so I hope he's doing well. Yeah, so shout out Banana Schwab. Yeah. Stay strong. Keep going, my friend. Keep going. Michael Bailey wanted to try for top 100 for a third time, but kept hovering around 180, and I'm moving Sunday. Hey, you're moving too! And have homework tomorrow. Ooh! And oh gosh. Oh, man. Michael, you're kind of making me nauseated. Oh, I mean, homework was bad enough, and then molecular biology? I mean, it sounds spicy as heck. Kudos to you for being able to, even register for a class that's called molecular biology. I mean, really, honestly, I guess maybe that's not as bad. Like, it's not as bad as, like, trigonometry or algebra 2 or something like that. Like, biology, I remember, if I recall, it mostly made sense to me. It's when I got into chemistry, anything really where numbers became a big deal. But that's really cool, though. It sounds awesome. Molecular biology. But hey, I'm hoping your move is as painless and as swift as possible. If there is a part of a human being that can hurt from a move, I'm hurting from it, but coming out of it now, so hopefully you will not have as much of a struggle. But any move, really, I think, was it my uncle? Somebody said moves are just they can be far more taxing and draining than we give them credit for. Like, you realize it when you're moving, but then you forget about it until you have to move again. And you're like, oh my gosh, this is such a pain in the butt. Let's see. I want that deck. Rumpin. So Adventure wants the Rumpin Rufus deck. And just remember, Rumpin Rufus does have his own channel. So, and I'm guessing if you were to give him a shout out in the comments, just be like, hey, Rumpin, saw your game, whatever. Would you mind giving the deck list? I'm pretty sure he'd oblige you. Seems like a quality guy, but he's got his own YouTube channel as well. So check that out if you are in the mood for some more content. Denise says to Michael Bailey, codename Edmorn, you can do it. Best month for that was my lips, not anything. I don't know where that came. Anyway, best month for top 100 is December. Have seasonal leave and less play on New Year's Eve. So if you can get top 100 position, more stable. There you go. Well, now and I mean, not to be fair, but if this was Michael Bailey's first foray into top 100, I'd be like, you need to strategize it. But I mean, I get it. Like, hey, every time you make it is a special experience. But if this is your third time, it's like, it's old hat. You need to crack the top 10, my friend. Don't sell yourself short. I want to see a top 10 card back the next time you play, or else, so help me. No, seriously, so help me. They still ride on the back. Oh, okay. So, golly day. Oh, like I'm definitely gonna have to read the comments before. I mean, I'm not gonna be able to do it before the day is over, unfortunately. But I'm just realizing how far behind I am. So they still the trash guys ride on the back of the truck in New York. I walked in on a garbage rant. You did, you did. But good to see you, body bag. 2 hours ago. Body bag or garbage bag? Just kidding, my friend. You can't call it a garbage bag or a body bag. You have to call it a well, there's really no good word for corpse, is there? There's really no good word for Yagram's workshop, is there? Hail, body bag. Excellent, excellent. Oh, it's so great when people greet, especially when I'm not there to do it. Naughty IO trying to bait body bag already. Indeed. And and body bag needs a little provocation. Empire helmet with Empire helmet with the runes. I think he means premium gray fox. Is that who it is? Is it gray fox? No, you know what I'm talking about. The Imperial. I thought it was Imperial. It's like a gray thing, and it's got the blue runes in it. I don't see it. I'll let you know if I see it again. But I thought Gray Fox just wore like a cowl or something. But you might be right. I want to try for top 10. There you go, Mike. Exactly. There you go. Great minds think alike. But I think I have to play a more consistent deck. I used to play BM and Orcs a lot more, but it feels less fun to play. Hey, sometimes you got to. We talked about priorities. Do you want to have fun or do you want to get top 10? Ideally, you'd be able to have both. But if you get a point in life where you go, hey, look, I can't have both. I can't have a good time and get to top 10. Or I've tried, but the likelihood is very low. Then you got to say, hey, which one has my priority? Do I want to have fun? Understandably, a priority. I would feel the same way. And unfortunately, Galablu is going to die to the Titan. Luckily, the workshop was a big nothing because it. Oh no, wait. Actually, no, it isn't. It's a big something because it's going to let him hit twice, right? He has to hit once to break the ward. Yeah. But yeah, so it's gonna come down. You go, okay, what's my priority? Is priority to have fun? Is my priority to get top 10? Oh, no way. Oh, he's still not playing. Oh, dang it. Well, I'm glad we seem to have no, I was about to say I think we've got more people playing, but not really. Honey Badger, I know where we all stand on Invade, but the pre-order bonus for Jaws of Oblivion has an epic card back. The best thing to come from Invade. Yeah, no, the card back does look pretty darn good for Invade. Denise, evil iPad typing. I swear my iPad is possessed by Satan from old Harry's game, Brit comedy series. That reminds me. So I was watching Community. Community is one of my favorite shows. And it has Oliver something Oliver. I can't remember his name, but he's a Brit. And he's very entertaining in something Oliver. Yeah, it's definitely something Oliver. Anyway, he's very entertaining in Community, the character that he plays, which is a community college psychologist, psych professor. Anyway, he looks down and it shows a close-up of his shoes and they're tied just like a normal knot. And he says, "Oh, my shoes are untied by British standards." And he bends over to retie them. And it reminds me of the Denise where it's like she says possessed by Satan, and I'm like, oh wow, that's going to Satan. And then it's like from old Harry's game, a Brit comedy series. So it's like this very niche, like British only, like this is something that we have. It has a name or there's a name involved that might have many people may know, but it's actually specifically relating just to this one thing. So it's well, it's not Satan. It's the British Satan or the Satan in the British show. I don't know. Really, those two weren't incredibly connected, but I for some reason they were in my mind. Welcome to my domain, sinner. Now I'll have to take a look at that series. I'm surprised you haven't already, Baldric. But if it's a Brit comedy series, you may not have. I remember the most obscure one that I ever saw was, and I can't remember the name of it now. I just remember that he calls him an alabaster retard. I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. It begins with a B. Baldrick, you probably know this one. Denise, I'm sure you do as well. It begins with a. I think it begins with a B. But it's got like a guy. He's a blonde guy with short hair, and there's a guy with a mustache, and it's a funny name show. It's a very weird show. That's what I'm talking about. That's it, Honey Badger, right there. Is that Gray Fox? Right here, that's Gray Fox with the runes. I mean, that's cool. I prefer that over like an Imperial thing, but yeah, that's my jam right there. I think that one's pretty nifty with the runes kind of going up. It kind of looks like LOTR. And Tessel Fun doesn't wait for our friend Zikesk to finish. I mean, I can understand. Usually if my opponent's not, well, maybe, I don't know. Anyway. Give a good GG there. Broda. All right. That's hilarious. Little old... Gosh, why can't I remember the name of that series? Oh, the big... Was it the big? This is going to bother me. Nope, it's not big. The Boosh, the Boosh, the Mighty Boosh. There we go. I was close. I was getting there, folks. I was getting there. It wasn't big, but it was mighty, and it did begin with a B. The Mighty Boosh. That's right. Yeah, just a very weird show, but a lot of funny stuff. But yeah, it just feels very British for my American sensibilities. But I'm sure both Denise and Baldrick are familiar with that. If not everybody here. But I hadn't heard of it before. One of my very quirky, fun friends, he's also the same guy that got me into Gallivant, which is one of the few ABC series that I actually think was awesome. Although Scrubs was ABC, wasn't it? Something is ABC. But ABC old school is much different than ABC now. Let's see. Written by Andy Hamilton. Oh, cool. All right. My name is Prince Siddhartha. Hang on. That's Buddha. What is Buddha doing in hell? Satan, he's a non-believer just like you. Are we quoting lines from it? Or is this a hypothetical based on the character names?
I hate this crowd. It's damn uncomfortable.
Okay. Oh, Guy Whom Would. Okay. I was like, you have completely lost me there, Denise. I just see Guy Whom would. I was like, no, it's a guy whom would sell his granny to the devil to escape hell. Which is just a bizarre concept in general. Escaping hell, selling somebody else to do it. It's very entertaining, the different ways of looking at that kind of thing. And dolphins live in hell because they are criminal masterminds. That's on point. See, it's that kind of thing that softens any kind of philosophical thing. I mean, I like there's a show called The Good Place, which is kind of similar. I mean, it's not exactly, but it deals with like heaven and hell. But I think it does it in a really good and creative way. And it also, honestly, for my own personal beliefs, I'm glad that's not the way it really is. Or, I mean, well, in my bigoted perspective, that's not the way it really is. But it's a lot of fun to watch, very entertaining. I recommend it if anybody does. Each season is pretty much a twist. It changes direction like 4 different times, so you won't get bored. You probably won't see it coming if you haven't seen the show before. But I can recommend it. Sounds kind of the same thing. Anytime you start talking about the afterlife or whatever, there's definitely different ways to approach it. And most shows, I think, do a very good job of going, hey, this isn't trying to do philosophy. This isn't trying to do religion. We're just taking these general concepts, these views, and we're just going to have fun with it, which I think is perfectly fine. Anybody who watches TV and movies and decides to live their life based on that is a fool, and you just can't work around or write around fools. You just have to go, okay, well, if somebody's gonna be like, well, I don't believe in heaven or hell because of the TV show, or I think hell is definitely like this because of the TV show, there's more hope for cottage cheese and applesauce than there is for that person. Honey Badger, that's what's happening with The Acolyte. It got canceled because of no views, and people are trying to blame the YouTubers that didn't like it, but they're all saying, if we're the minority, how come it still got canned? Exactly. Acolyte was made for the modern audience, and the modern audience watched it, and now it's canceled. Baldrick says modern audience is a fallacy. Absolutely right. Honey Badger, did this guy really call us pineapple pizza lovers people of ill repute? Wow, so much for a good corner of the internet. Hey, look, that's flowery compared to the internet. Come on, let's be real. If somebody calls you somebody of ill repute, now granted, I will admit, I will concede that calling somebody a person of ill repute is actually more of an indictment than calling somebody a turd muffin or even an a-hole. Ill repute is pretty heavy stuff when you get down to actually what it's saying, but it sounds much more polite than calling somebody an a-hole or a bastard or whatever. Bastardo. But yeah, and that's another one, Acolyte. Leslie Headland, I think that's her name. She was an assistant to Harvey Weinstein. And hey, Kathleen Kennedy was an assistant to Steven Spielberg. When did assistants become qualified to actually do the things? Typically, there are people who are assistants, and if they show promise, if they show potential, and the people that they're working for actually are, savvy and are looking, which most people are, they get to move up. It's like, hey, they was like, but there is something that is seen. Even calling Acolyte, from just the little bit that I've seen of it, calling that fan fiction is a disservice to fan fiction. I've seen some very good fan fiction. I'm not calling this good fan fiction, but you've got things like Twilight that started off as fan fiction and became what they are now. Like, fan fiction can be very good. It's just, people who could be very good writers writing about stuff that's not their personal property, or their IP. Acolyte is a black eye on the face of fan fiction. It's honestly, it would be an insult to call it. It would be an insult to I'm inebriated. I wish I could say that. That's not true. Chat GPT. It would be an insult to Chat GPT to say that Acolyte was written by that. It is just wholly ridiculous, morally bankrupt, intellectually stymied, and
Perhaps we can help one another.
just mundane in every way, shape, and form. And they did interviews with him and like, hey, what would you? I would be a Sith. That's I think everybody, like the actors. Well, remember, this is the show. I think it is the show where one of the actors from it said, "Well, Anakin blew up the Death Star." So you've got people who have no freaking clue about the actual original material. They don't bother to look at it. And then you got people saying that they would be Sith, and that there is no such thing as right or wrong. We talked about that before. I don't need to go down that road. But yeah, we'll put it this way: there is nothing right that I have seen about the Acolyte in any way, shape, or form. I have not seen performances that were good. I have not seen any elements of storytelling that were good. I don't even think it's got the cinematography that people think that people attribute to like Rings of Power. So yeah, stinking autocorrect. I'll reputee. I got what you're saying. Term born out of arrogance and an echo bubble. Modern A. Yeah, Baldrick. Wow, that's a spicy commentary, my friend. I love it. I love it. And I mean, it's not. It's. I think it's accurate amongst other things. Let's see. Sorry, I completely missed the game here. I forgot who was playing, and I didn't see if they won. So I'm just stinking it up on the Tesla side of things. But yeah, Baldrick, I 100% agree. Modern A with your definition of it. Michael Bailey says, I'm excited for a new Monster Hunter. I didn't know there was one coming out. I have several Monster Hunter games. I've not played any of them, but I've heard they're very good, and I would like to play them. So I share your excitement to hear that there is a new Monster Hunter. What are you talking about, Honey Badger? Whoever said it? Like he's trying to convey that he can't quote the prequels front to back. No, I can't. All I know are the horrible lines that stuck in my brain because of how god awful they are. The sand line, the Sith and Absolutes. Oh wow. So yeah, it almost seems kind of like a waste for Ahmed. I mean, like he's going to win the game regardless. Ooh. Oh no, that was a bit of a misplay there by Salieri 81. If he'd gone face with it, in theory, I mean, I don't think he could have won anyway. But no, never mind. Salieri, you're fine. I impugned your gameplay, your call there. But no, even 2 Prophecy of Lightning Bolts would not have gotten him the win. He would have needed a Prophecy and Kano and Lightning Bolt, and there just simply is not such a monster. I can honestly say that I've actually watched the prequels all the way through once. Back in 99 and 2000, whenever they came out, I saw them. Because I was a glutton for punishment. I should have done what I did with Force Awakens. As soon as I saw the writing on the wall, I'd just be like, nope, not touching it. But I was young, foolish. We all have our things we regret. I regret seeing... although, to be fair, Phantom Menace, I think, is probably one of the worst ones out of the 3. So... like, it didn't get worse. It arguably even got better. So... Micah Bailey, also fighting games are doing pretty good right now, though still more niche audience. Yeah, in fact, I'm excited. I suck at this game, just like I do Tessel, but I play it anyway, just like I do Tessel. They're releasing the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Legacy Collection, which is going to have as it says, Marvel vs. Capcom, including my favorite, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I love that game. It's a lot of fun to watch, a lot of fun to play, just craziness going on screen. I'm garbage at it, but I will play the heck out of it for a little while when I get it. Because you haven't been able to get it for a while. I'm actually surprised they release that. Usually, they only release games in collections like that that are hard to get a hold of if I've already paid for them. So back in the day, back when I was making really good money, I actually bought a used copy of Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Not for Dreamcast, which is the preferable system, but for PlayStation 2. But even back then, it was almost $300. But I wanted it so bad, and at the time, somehow I actually had that money to burn. Well, not at the time. I mean, it was... I did. I was making a lot of money. I was living... I was still living in a small apartment that I was paying very little money for, and car had just been paid off, so I had paid off all my debt. So there was a brief time where I was actually making good money, and I was like, hey, I'm going to be a little... well, whatever, not considered an investment, you buy it and maybe in 2 years it sells for twice that much, who knows. But anyway, it was very expensive. So, and I briefly entertained the thought of getting, buying a copy of it, but then I would have had to bought the system, and I'm not in a place right now where I'm willing to spend $300 on a video game. But usually that is when they decide to release, I actually did that with Mario RPG. It wasn't anywhere near as expensive, but I actually paid a little bit more for a used version of a Super Nintendo game of Mario RPG, only for them to declare the re-release or the remaster, the remake of it, like a month later. So I'm like, great. I could have waited. If I'd waited a month, I could have just bought it for $50 and wouldn't have to worry about it. I mean, it's nice having it for the Super Nintendo just for poops and giggles, but it's happened 3 different times where I've paid for a used game that is hard to come by, so it usually ends up being a little pricey, only for them to release a version. They didn't get me with Mario and the Thousand Year Door. I was looking into it. It's a game for the GameCube. I was like, you know what? I can't justify spending this much money on a game that I'm probably not going to play all that much. Let me hold off on it. Bam, they announced Thousand Year Door about 2 months later, and I was like, yay! True story. All right. But yeah, the fighting collection is a big deal. The reason why it was so expensive is Capcom lost the rights to Marvel when all that Disney stuff went on, and so they couldn't sell it anymore, even as a digital. And so it's been very hard to get a hold of. Obviously, scarcity makes things more expensive. But there's a lot of people looking forward to that coming out, and it's going to have net code and what I don't know all the fancy schmancy terms, but it essentially means it's going to be fun and easy to play online. And there's going to be an online ranking system and everything. It's going to be good times. But yes, all that to say, you are right. Lots of good fighting games coming out. Although you're probably talking about you know, like Honey Badger said, Mortal Kombat, newer games versus bringing up old ones. I've never played them, but I watched a ton of MKX and Injustice 1 and 2. Yeah, me too. Me too. They were fun to watch. Little Mortal Kombat can be a little, I mean, it's so over the top that it's not disturbing, but it is sometimes just going, oh my gosh. Like, I'm you know, they do like the X-ray stuff where you're like seeing people's bones break and the rib. The funny thing with Mortal Kombat, like it's the campy part. You see people do these moves that would just, like, it's one thing in Street Fighter. Okay, you get punched, even if it's an uppercut where the guy jumps 16 feet in the air. It's still a punch. We're conditioned enough by movies to think you can get punched and get back up again. Mortal Kombat, they're like throwing swords at somebody and like churning their insides, and the blood's coming. They're going, oh, and then they're back to this, and it's like, how, like, or you see them do, like, they have the X-ray, you know, like beat up where it's like they crack their skull, break their neck, do whatever, and throw them aside, and then they like get up and shake it off. And it's like it's the most absurd bit of gaming where it's just like you just watch your character essentially get murdered, and it's like, nope, I'm just gonna keep playing. But hey, that's our motto. So that's I'm glad they do that. Just keep playing. And it's kind of cool, Mortal Kombat, they brought in like RoboCop, Terminator, Jason Voorhees. Like, they brought in a lot of kind of Alien, Predator, I think. They brought in a lot of kind of Mortal Kombat-esque characters from other franchises, which I think is pretty cool. For all parties involved.
I'll lead my family to glory.
Baldrick, I loved fighting games when I was younger, Mortal Kombat, Virtua Fighter, Street Fighter, but now my tastes have shifted towards games with pause options. Well, they have pause options in those games too. In fact, if you can mash the pause button fast enough, you kind of get like a slow motion thing going on there. That's a tip for you all if you really want to punish yourself for being alive. But yeah, I'm like that. Tesla, part of the reason why it appealed to me so much is because it is a much slower pace. You're not, you know, it's not like you're like platforming where it's like every move is a perilous, a thing. You can kind of take your time and think things through. I never do, but you can do it technically. Antoine says, and also most of the players don't run Ungulum in aggro decks. It takes only one spot, and Ungulum is not only great in mid-control decks, but also works nice in aggro as well. That's very true. You are getting, usually by turn 5, if Ungulum does what Ungulum does, you're at least getting 1 or 2 assassins. 3 for 0? Card draw? It's a good point, Antoine. It's a good point. Folks, be thinking about including that little turd muffin Ungulum in more of your mid-range decks. And even aggro decks, because it's a 1 cost. I mean, you get 1 damage from the crab. At least with Ungulum, you know exactly what you're going to get. Pineapple is a pizza topping, says Honey Badger. I mean, liar. It's fact check, not true. It is. It's a fruit. People put it on pizza. It doesn't make it a topping. Just saying. Just saying. I started with MK10. Oh, man. Such a turd muffin. Me, not you. But I enjoy leaning into that sometimes. It's just fun. Zeno Adventure says, I started with MK10, but the gameplay never really captured me like 11. I think I prefer MK11 or the newer one. I've heard that as well, Adventure. In fact, I've heard a lot of people say MK9 is the best one. That's the. I've seen that from enough people, at least in certain comment sections. Anyway, I'm not going to say it's a widely held view or belief, but I think that is the case for a lot of folks. Michael Bailey says Terry Bogard is one of my favorite fictional characters. He's like Marty McFly combined with James Dalton. Okay, unfortunately, I'm not familiar with 2 out of 3 of those names. I got Marty McFly. I don't know who Terry Bogard is. Is it related to Mortal Kombat? I don't know. It can't be, because I don't know how Marty McFly would fit into. That would be hilarious. I just said that they have all these different franchise characters playing Mortal Kombat. It'd be crazy to see like Marty. I don't know what he would do. Like, look over there, Biff. and he'd be able to like summon the DeLorean, and it was like run over people and stuff. Or oh, that would actually be kind of wicked, where it does like the burning tracks things, but it actually it hits the person before it goes into time, which actually would probably not work. But it could work in Mortal Kombat because that's how those things. I mean, we're talking about people that are getting sliced and diced and fighting like champs. Honey Badger, don't get me started on this again. I take it Schwar doesn't like grilled pineapple then. No, I don't. But here's the thing. So I hate cilantro. I don't want it on my food. I don't want it anywhere near my food. I don't want it near my children if I had them. I don't want it near friends and family. I think it is the devil's spice. It is disgusting, and it ruins everyone's lives. I don't feel that way about burned pineapple. I just think it's a travesty, and I'm not particularly fond of the flavor. I mean, I've had kebabs with grilled pineapple on it. You know, grilled onions, peppers, sometimes pineapple. It's not the worst, but I just don't know why you would grill a perfectly fine pineapple. It tastes very good as just by itself. Why do you have to burn it and stick it on stuff where it doesn't go? Like, leave pineapple alone. Justice for pineapple. Can I get an amen, body bag? Well, if I got one, I'll find it in an hour. Baldric, yes, exactly right, my friend. Yeah, it was Airplane. Might have been Airplane 2. I can't remember. I think it's Airplane. But yeah, Leslie Nielsen, he comes into the cockpit. He does it like 3 different times. Comes in and says, "Just want to say good luck. We're all counting on you." And he walks out. The guy's like sweating. He's got like, water just pouring down his face. And then like 2 minutes later, he comes in. "I just want to say good luck. We're all counting on you." He does it. I think, like I said, I think he does it 3 times. That's typically the rule of 3. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's good enough. Because, I mean, let's be fair. Leslie Nielsen movies kind of have that same vibe. They're all good. I mean, I like the movies, but if you haven't just seen it, or it's not burned in your memory as being associated with a certain movie, it could have been Airplane 1 or 2, could have been Naked Gun, because it's the same kind of jokes. With a slower start, playing Alter was fine. Okay. Oh wow, we're talking about that. Yeah. That's the. But I kind of to the point, like we were talking about, like Poopstone is 4-cost support, and I was saying if you play it at a certain point in the game, it actually isn't a problem. If your opponent has no board, and you have one, and you can play that either by itself or with another card, I think that doesn't make it. It's this kind of thing. Same thing with Alter. Like if your opponent is pushing lethal by turn 7, and you throw down an Alter on turn 6, like. Because all you're doing is nuking your own cards. It's making it harder for you to build up a board. But I mean, yeah, and also I'm not necessarily comparing the two. That's just off the top of my head. But yeah, it can only really work if your opponent, like as we saw, unfortunately with Brother Ridge, he wasn't able to get his opponent down quick enough, and I don't think he had a big board at the point, and like you said, he didn't have any support removal. Tavani's still strong? Yep, that is a truism. Big Hind. Back in my day, we thacoed and we like it? I'm not sure what that is. THAC0ED. Perhaps I will see a translation later on. Denise Schward asked what a toasty is from Greg's. Here we go. A toasty is a slab of toasted bread. Okay. Very apropos. It is crisp both sides with melted tomato puree or pesto on top and topped with cheese. Lazy alternative. I was about to say, it sounds like kind of a basic pizza or a lazy alternative. Okay, there we go. Okay. So toasty went from being very mundane, which was like, okay, just toasted bread, to a makeshift pizza, which sounds delicious. Michael Bailey, I think it's a myth that old games don't have bugs, more that they aren't making the game unplayable. So you'd have glitches. Like there were some things where if you did, I mean, like Mario 64, like yeah, there are. if you went out of your way to do some janky stuff with games, you could break the game. You could glitch into stuff. If you watch speed runs, you can see people abusing the said glitches. There's a difference between being glitchy and buggy. Like, glitchy is you do something kind of off the beaten path, something that maybe QA wasn't able to address or able to find, and you're able to do some whatever things. I've never had Mario 1 crash on me. I've never had the soft lock, pretty much any Nintendo, Super Nintendo games, like none of these have ever given me a problem. There are glitches that can happen if you play it a certain way. Bugs are like you're just playing the game and it crashes on you, and you're like, what? Why? What's going on? Like, so yeah, I'm not saying all the games were perfect, but it was kind of a rare thing to have the game lock up or be like, oh my gosh, the game just died or whatever else. Whereas with buggy games, you're always like, I mean, to be fair, it may be because the save state makes it more palatable. Like back in the day, if you hit that reset button, you went all the way back to the beginning, and you had to everything you did, you had to had to do all over again. So, is he gonna be able to? He can do. And Baby Seahorse has seen enough, and Eye of the Rest of the Storm has also seen enough, but because he won with a fine display of that was Steege, right? If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, so I don't know, maybe splitting hairs, maybe semantics we're talking about, Michael, but I do think the older games, it wasn't even that they weren't unplayable, it was very rare to come across those, whereas games now, it's like we're releasing like these giant patches to address all these issues that crash the game or are completely bugged out, or we're having to nerf certain things or buff certain things. It's understandable with a game like Tesla when you are introducing new cards, but if you have to do a whole bunch of adjusting to your game after it's released, when there's really nothing, there's new content, it wasn't balanced going into it. Again, a deadline means nothing if the game actually isn't done. You just release it on that day. But yeah, like I said, could be semantics though. Now I'm getting hungry. Yeah, I am too, Baldric. Actually, you just got to know. That's the thing. This is a friendly corner of the internet, but it is. We talk about food a disproportionate amount of the time, and I really hated to end up on dead ends when you couldn't look up a solution on the net. That is true. Yes. So yeah, I mean, even Zelda, Link to the Past is one of the best reviewed, highly reviewed games out there. I found it to be maddening at different times because it's like, I don't know, it's not fully open world. It's like you've got a lot of stuff you can do as long as the game wants you to do it. But it's like, why can't I use my sword to hack at the door? It's made of wood. Like, or, why can't I use it to pry the door open? It wasn't that ridiculous, but it was like, yeah, there was a lot of stuff back in the day. And admittedly, let's be reasonable. It's quite possible that when they started selling strategy guides and they realized that was something that they could do, they may have started putting little things that really weren't fair. Now, like Castlevania 2, I think it was, like the translation is garbage. The clues are very cryptic, but like you have to go to a certain place on the map and like crouch down in this certain spot for like 35 seconds and it unlocks something. It's like there's no humanly possible way. Like most of the glitches are found now by people looking at the code. They're not just playing through and finding it. They actually will comb through the code and find where there are inconsistencies or whatever. But like there's no way just a player without a strategy guide would be like, oh yeah, okay, so I went to this one place randomly and I held down for 20 seconds, but maybe I should hold it for another 10 seconds to make this thing trigger. It's dumb. It was a little bit easier in the Japanese version because the translation was better and it actually makes some sense, but you still didn't know exactly what to do. So I will 100% say some of the games back then were very cryptic. or had things in there where you were just going like, and that was the thing. If you didn't have friends that knew what to do back before the internet, that was it. Like, if you didn't know somebody who had the answer, you just had to figure it out yourself, or just give up. Which is why I never beat Zelda when I was growing up, because I could never get out. I could never find the first freaking fortress. Oh, I could have dual spectated Zen Sky and Adventure. Sorry. That's kind of my. I'm always missing those opportunities. And Slain 1, I do recall from before. All right, we'll do one more, because I honestly at about 3 minutes, at the 3 hour mark, I was like, hey, you know what? I'm feeling pretty. I got a lot of pep. I got a lot of energy. Maybe I could go for an extra 2 hours, and then I just smacked into the wall. I was like, oh hey, still on like 2 hours of sleep. Probably need to eat something and get yourself to bed, especially if I'm going to D&D with any efficacy tomorrow. That said, let me see how bad things got. Oh wait, nope. Okay, wait a minute. All right, tell you what, I'm just gonna focus on this, and I'm gonna see if I can make it to the bottom. Console, Sega Genesis. Wait a minute. Best gaming console ever? Don't you dare say N64. Remember the days when you could buy a game, come home, and then pop it in and begin playing? Exactly. No doubt. Yep. On the 360, best gaming console ever. You know, why don't you put pineapple on it, Honey Badger? That would make it even better. You young people, I swear. You need to appreciate the classic. Super Nintendo was the best system ever made. Dag nabbit. The best library, the best myriad of games. It's unquestionably the best around. Nothing's gonna ever keep you down. This console was the Sega Genesis. Yeah, usually people went two ways back in the day. Sega or Super Nintendo. Each had their perks and their strengths. I like Sonic, but I think other than that, I was pretty happy with the Super Nintendo. My sister got a Sega, though. She wanted another Super Nintendo. She wanted to play Super Nintendo while I was playing my Super Nintendo, but my grandparents thought it was weird to have two of the exact same game systems, so they bought her Sega Genesis. And she liked Echo. She liked Sonic. She played the heck out of them, but she really wanted to play like Mega Man X and stuff. Tuna and ice cream. Do you live in a nursing home? It was tuna fish casserole, and the ice cream was on the side. That was my own addition to the culinary mix. That is kind of funny, though. It does sound like a nursing home type thing. Consoles were one of the last vestiges of physical gaming media. Indeed. Calling us pineapple pizza, folks. People have repeated one thing. Comparing us to Invade is totally uncalled for. Keep it up, and I'll have to resort to cancel Schward. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, you're about a year and a half too late for that to be an effective strategy anymore. And I'm not currently working, so you can't get me fired. But yeah. That is funny, though. How are we doing? Hey, Brovington! Hello! Well, I saw you in-game. Unfortunately, But until Schward found the pizza comments. Hey, you started it, man. I just ended it definitively. Here we go. Schward and pineapple and pizza. In Bolivia, a pizza restaurant put plum and bacon on a pizza. Not too bad if I remember. You don't remember correctly, Honey Badger. You don't remember correctly. If you think that plum and bacon on a pizza was not too bad, you don't remember correctly. I'm glad you gave that caveat, though. It's a very key thing to note. Pears on pizza, pineapple and pears. Now there's two of them. Things are getting out of hand. You're right, Baldrick. You're darn right. Then close your fist. Okay, that's very on brand for IO. That is very on brand. Did anybody acknowledge this? No. Wait. Okay, Baldrick does rejoin, but... Boo! Boo! Yeah, Michael, exactly. So yeah, Singleton, if people realize you're Singleton, or if you're a mono deck, both of them you're at a disadvantage, not necessarily by how the game is set up, but just because your opponent knows what will and won't be there. You do even if you do one dual color card for like to make it a Crusader instead of a mono strength, your opponent doesn't know. Does he have javelins in there? Does he have doesn't know what you're running? Where you go mono any color, you're like your opponent knows exactly. You're very limited, and your opponent knows exactly what your options are. Whereas if you at least include one or two other cards of another color, you can at least keep them guessing, even if the rest of your deck is nothing but reds or whatever. But same thing. It does, and I think that's why, other than the consistency, why you get some perks with Singleton, like certain cards that can only be played with Singleton, because it is a little bit more challenging. The only other thing, though, Michael Bailey, is kind of not a counterpoint, but just it kind of on the other side of the coin, because you're having to play Singleton, especially if you're talking 75 card, your opponent doesn't know what the heck you've got. Like, you can't play around a Singleton deck, because a lot of Singleton decks, just to fill the roster, are going to have cards that you don't typically see. So yes, your opponent knows you've only got that one copy, but they also don't know what else you may or may not have, because you're going to be playing cards that more than likely aren't typically found in 75 card typical decks. So there's a little bit of a mitigating factor there, I think. This is the way. I had to make another coffee. What did you miss? Oh, so much, Baldric, but not more than I've missed. Why am I thinking I can get through 2 hours of comments in like 5 minutes? Oh, here we go. Big Hind. Depends on how you define prejudice. If you see it as a hermeneutic way, it is just a step to realizing things that is necessary. Yeah. Parables of verisimilitude. You round earth bigot. Had to Google that word, verisimilitude. Yeah. There's something new every day. The beauty of life. I guess the problem is non-circumstantial evidence can back up the earth being round, which makes it a fact as opposed to opinion. Well, that's the thing, though. If you believe the facts are like flat Earth, pretty much has a different reality. It is. Yeah, it's not so much whether they're like facts or statistics are there to back you up. As far as I can tell, it's just holding on to a view. Like it doesn't specify if the view is popular, unpopular, grounded in reality or not. It's because, I mean, remember, there was a time when people thought the world revolved around the sun, or no, the sun revolved around the world, and to think otherwise was heresy. So just because our science says fact right now doesn't mean it's going to be fact in a year from now. And that's not to discredit science or say science isn't right or science is dumb. I'm just saying that there are things that even then were considered fact based on the scholarly aptitudes and the investigation and the whatevers and the knowledge and the wisdom of the ages. Now, if I remember correctly, it wasn't necessarily universally held, but it was this was the stated fact, and science has done that a lot. And the great thing about science is it's always going, well, hey, we found out we were wrong about this. Let's update what we know. But that's the thing. It doesn't stipulate about the beliefs. I mean, I guess you could say fact, but the flat earthers don't believe the facts that we believe. We talk about, well, what about gravity? What about this? Oh, they're all made up things. They're not real. They don't prove anything. Like, you can't really argue with flat earth because, like I said, you're operating from a different reality. So you can't argue facts if the facts from your reality don't match their facts. And conveniently, their facts leave out pretty much anything that would disprove their belief. So it's kind of a catch there. Geob! Which I always do that. God, I suck at English. All right. Let's see. So yeah, this adventure. I don't know why I'm saying goodbye to somebody who said goodbye an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago. Yeah, everything is awesome. I can actually imagine cottage cheese on chili and beans. Baldric, you were doing so well, my friend. You were doing so well. Don't cater to the to the cottage cheese on chili, folks. It's a slippery slope, man. You'll have no standards or values if you keep going down that road. IO lies, saying it's good. See no problem with that. Cottage cheese is great. Cottage cheese is great by itself. Asphalt is good for its own purpose, but if you try to eat it, it's not really all that great. Okay, that's a bad analogy because it's not ever edible. But neither is cottage cheese when you combine it with things like chili. So pretty much the same thing as asphalt. Apple pie with cheddar. Yep, don't get that either. Is it a cliff glacier? Is it a bull netch? No, it's Geoube. And he's already dead. I love it. Chat got all worked up for Geoube, got excited for Geoube, and then Geoube is dead like literally a minute later. No, Geoube, why? Why won't people let you fulfill your destiny of becoming Saint Geoube, the eradicator of the winged menace? Yeah. Poor Geoube. I just don't know how a guy who's that jacked only has one attack power. The tragic fate of Saint Geoube. A hero we did not deserve. The Batman of Morrowind. I am vengeance. I am the knight. I am Geoube. He's also the first decent person you meet in Morrowind. He's actually worried about you when you turn and tussle over a nightmare. Oh, interesting. Okay. It's not a guitar, it's a lute, you pathetic Neo. You know, I didn't even see who said that comment, but I knew instinctively it was Honey Badger. Big Hein. Again, left 2 hours ago. Back to the Future, still amazing. Christopher Lloyd also carries hard, though. Yep, he does. He's very. It was a great casting. It was a great casting. Fifth Element still holds up. Yeah, I could see that. Could see that. A bit cheesy ending, but I love it nonetheless. Yeah, yeah. I actually have to watch. I've seen it 1.5 times, I think. I think I saw it in the theater when it came out. It's been a long time. LTR was a 1, 2, and 3. Okay, yep, good to know. Hey, Arrakis! Top 30 with Exalt Tribunal. Nice, man, nice. I love Exalt Tribunal. Very happy to hear that it did well and got you in the top 30. Conscription Monk. Wow, Conscription. There you go. So there's proof positives. Proof positives. You can successfully climb. You got to have the skills. But if you have the skills and the deck building acumen, you can get in the top 100 with off-meta decks. Yep, Baldric Exalt Tribunal is really fun. They also booted Peter Jackson as an advisor. They didn't like him. Of course not, because he didn't fit their vision. Yep. Elder Scrolls series has excellent soundtracks. Jim's only make one. Oh, interesting. I have to look into that. Wonder why. It says Jeremy Soule won't be making one. Won't be doing the soundtrack for the new games. I have a suspicion why, just based on the stage of the state of the industry, but I wouldn't assume. Okay, yep, there. Ennio Morricone. Oh, is a composer. Sergio Leone was the filmmaker that made those movies. Hot damn, Baldric. Love it. Still can bring chills to my skin. He won't see this till later, but molecular biology requires chemistry. Son of a... Well, there you go. There you go. That I had a feeling it did. It sounded too darn complex. But it's misleading. They should call it molecular biology and chemistry. Or molecular BC. I don't know why they leave out chemistry if it's that important. Makes people like me think I can do it. Mighty Boosh was an okay sitcom. I watched it mostly because I loved Noel Felding. He was excellent in the IT crowd. Yeah. So I did see a lot of episodes of the IT crowd. I'm trying to remember which one is which. I thought like 2 or 3 of the cast members from the Mighty Boosh was there as well. Dead Like Me. I've not seen that. I've not actually even heard of that one. I like that show. Totally forgot about it. All right. I still have to watch Michael Bailey. I know you recommended the there was that animation. short, comparatively short, that I need to catch up on as well. Yeah, where's Capcom? Hey Joseph, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Glad you're able to join us here, even if it is in the 11th/7th hour. Oh, nice. SNK. I can't remember what that stands for. I've looked it up several times, and I keep forgetting every time I do. Cleaning the house and mowing the lawn. Io, you lived a charmed life, my friend.
A powerful blow.
Denise fell asleep. Like, Denise, it's not about... It's not a matter of whether you fall asleep. It's whether you get back up, and you do consistently, which is amazing. Because once I pass out, I'm usually out for the night. I'm not passing out. We'll watch the whole thing tomorrow. Awesome. Schwart is somewhere many hours in the past right now. Denise, he's in a different timeline, as is my custom. Broda, please message Schwart and tell us how you feel. I want to see what Tessel's #1 bad boy has to say. Oh wow, okay, I caught up. Okay, man, I had to skim through a lot, but I think perfect. And Zen Sky is going to be able to close it up just now. So sorry, folks, I had to do a little bit of a condensing thing, but luckily most of the spicy stuff was earlier in the chat, probably before I went off on a bunch of my tirades. So anyway, thank you all for sticking with me. I think maybe next time, at some point, we're going to try to do the kind of like what we did last week, where we have maybe not necessarily constructed decks, although we could certainly do that again with like Io's builds, but where you just go like, hey, here's 9 cards and auto build the next 41 of them. And so it's kind of like a makeshifts arena type setup. Could be fun, and just kind of have that playing in the background. Maybe not make it a focus, but when people are ready to go, just be like, "Hey, we're gonna play against each other," and we can watch that too. But anyway, I'm starting to fade fast here. Hopefully things will be a little bit better off next week. But I had a good time with y'all, and as per usual, good conversations. I appreciate the feedback. I appreciate hearing new and interesting and crazy things. That I can then be open-minded about and then disregard almost immediately. I'm kidding, of course. Good times. Thank you all for making this a very comfortable and welcoming corner of the internet. It's a pleasure. I love seeing the greetings when people come in, and just love seeing the different conversations that spring up. So hopefully you all had a good time. Hopefully you've got good things to look forward to this weekend. And until next time, am I doing that here? Sure, why not? Keep playing. And for anyone watching this part, I'm letting this go because I found when I stop the stream, because there is a slight delay, if I stop it, then the ending that I just made you won't actually get to the end. So I think I give it an extra 30 seconds of a buffer, and chances are it'll end right where I want it to end. But if you are seeing this, it means I just let it run a little too long. Sorry, I'm kind of running out of the clock here. Love, Death, and Robots is great. There you go. That's what Michael Bailey's. Yes. Okay, good. Yep. Okay. Glad I looked. They roped so bad. Joseph, you caught up Schward, but you skipped the whole section of us praising Shumagorath and Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Oh wait, no, Joseph, you caught up Schward, but you skipped the whole section of us praising Shumagorath and Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Well, I'll tell you what, we will open, Joseph. Next Friday we'll open with talking about Marvel vs. Capcom 2, since we did not get to give it its due on the stage here today. Oh, you're seeing my wallpaper. Oh, that's embarrassing. Yeah, no, it's fun. I'll have to change it there. But yeah, yay, Mega Man X, woo! All right, that means you got to the official end, and so I can end it now and not fret that you missed my